Freeman. Welcome to Africa's Brain Bank, the second annual fundraiser and meeting of leaders from across the globe. Before I go, I want to send a special thanks to my friend, Ambassador Lance Jones, and the board members of the Africa's Brain Bank for making this vision a reality. Please give to this most worthy cause, and remember, your donations are tax deductible.
Hey. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long. I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Say please. Swallow your pride, those of you need that you won't let show. Say for no one can feel if you have faith. You need to borrow. Just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Yeah. If you can hear me, all I need is a chat box. Just make me know that you're feeling the music wherever you are. Use the chat box and tell me if the sound is good at your end. We correct this thing.
Audio is breaking a little bit.
Sorry?
We're having some statics on your audio. We're already streaming live on Facebook.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I can hear from if I have any static problems, please let me know.
Okay.
Just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem. You understand? We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Just call me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. just might have a problem. Do you understand? We all need somebody to lean on. Just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. What pirates, says the rabbi, sold I to the merchant Jews. Minutes after day to guide from the bottomless pit. But my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We found in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever had. Redemption song, redemption song. These songs of freedom. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves could free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop up the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the rule. Won't you help us sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever had. Redemption songs, redemption songs. These songs of freedom, yeah. These songs of freedom. Redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop up the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the rule. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? Is all I ever had. Redemption songs, redemption songs. These songs of freedom, these songs of freedom. Redemption song, redemption song. One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. One love, ooh yeah, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Let the man pass older, dirty man. There is one question I'd really love to ask. Is there a place for all the hopeless sinners who has hurt all mankind just to save his own? One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Say, let's get together and feel alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Say, let's get together and feel alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. So when the man comes, there will be no doom. Take pity on those whose chances grow thinner. There is no hiding place from the Father of creation. Somebody, one love, yeah, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. As it was in Senegal, so shall it be in Mali. Somebody from Cameroon, let's sing together, and I will feel alright. Say it, let's get together and feel alright. As it was in Nigeria, so shall it be in Ghana. Yeah, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Say, let's get together and feel alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. I want to believe everybody can hear me from wherever you're tuning. As for me, I'm tuning from Ohio, Cincinnati. Welcome, everyone. And if Reverend Pam wishes and everybody else, then we will continue in music.
Go ahead. This is call it a virtual red carpet. We'll start promptly at the top of the hour. Go ahead with the music. And I see Professor Olusola zooming from Accra. He was actually on here like 30 minutes before time. Professor Bagayoko is on from Baton Rouge, and there are a few people. So people are coming in. So go ahead with the music, Skipper. You're doing a great job.
All right. Awesome. Wherever you're tuning in from, you're welcome. You are welcome. Enjoy the music. Get you some headphones if you wish, so your sound is better. All right, so let's continue. We're singing for freedom, Africa, Africa's brain bank. I'm in chains, you're in chains too. I'm a prisoner, yeah. You're a prisoner too. Life is easy, don't you think so too, Mr. Jailer? I sing for Africa, you sing for Africa too. Release the people, for they have equal rights now. Life should be perfect, don't you think so too, Mr. Jailer? I'm talking to you, Jailer. Stop calling Africans prisoners. Let he who cast the first sin be the one to cast the stone, Mr. Jailer, Mr. Jailer man. Turn your lights onto Africa and open the window curtain. Oh, let your moon come shining into our life again. Say, ooh, it's been a long, long time that Africa be suffering from the brain drain. But it's time that we all realize we gotta turn the lights back onto Africa. It's time, it's time. Africa's brain love. Bring back your loving into Africa. Yeah. Oh, why? Oh, why? Oh, I. Bring back your loving into Africa. Yeah. Turn the lights back to Africa and open your window curtain. Somebody go let the moon come shining into Africa again. Say, ooh, it's been a long, long time. Africa's been suffering from the brain drain. But it's time that we all realize. Bring back some love into Africa. It's time. It's time. I want to give you some love. I want to give my love into Africa. Oh, oh, bring back your love into Africa. Yeah. Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. So when the event comes, there will be no doom. Take pity on those whose chances grow thinner. There is no hiding place from the Father of creation. Say, how good and how perfect it will be before God and man to see the unification of all Africans. As it has been said already, it's time to be done. I'll tell you who I am, right under the sun. We are the children of all Africans. We are the children of all Africans. Somebody say, Africans unite. Say, Africans unite, yeah. Africans unite. Cause we're moving right out of Babylon. And we're saving the Africa's brain drain. Africans unite. So Africans unite, yeah. Africans unite. Cause we're moving right back into Babylon. And we're saving our fatherland. How good and how perfect it will be before God and man to see the unification of all Africans. As it has been said already, it's time to be done. I'll tell you who we are in case you forgot, yeah. We are the children of all Africans. We are the children of all Africans. Africans unite. Say, Africans unite, yeah. Africans unite. We're moving right out of Babylon. And we're going to our father's land. Cause we're going to our fatherland. I don't look like what I have been through. My test is now my testimony. So the reason we're here today is to fight Africa's brain drain. His grace, His grace, His grace. It was God who leaded us out of Africa. It was God who will take us back to Africa. So the reason we're here today is fight Africa's brain drain. Through His grace, His grace, His great. Where my Ghanaian people at? His grace in Ghana is Adom, if I'm not mistaken. Let's sing it in Ghana. Adomo Yemi. Adomo Adom. Adom iti nyametiase. Inyawa dom tiwa mewo. So the answer to my praise is centered on His grace. Adom, Adom, Adom. We don't look like what we have been through. Africa's test will one day be our testimony. So the reason we're here today is fight against Africa's brain drain. By His grace, His grace, His grace. It was God, our lawyer in the courtroom. It was God, our soldier on the African battlefield. Hey. So the reason we're here today is fight against the brain drain of Africa through His grace, His grace. Adomo Yami, Adomo Adom, Adom iti nyametiasi, inyawa dom tina mewo. So the answer of our praise is centered on His grace. Adom, 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 Adomo Yami, Adom, Adom, Adom iti nyametiasi, inyawa dom tina mewo. So the answer of His grace is centered on His grace. His grace, His grace, His grace. It was God, our soldier on the battlefield. He was God, Africa's lawyer in the courtroom. So the reason we're here today is fight Africa's brain drain. His grace, His grace, His grace. If you have started, you've started overseas now. If you have gained knowledge from overseas, the reason we're here today is to fight against our brain drain, the brain drain of African citizens. Oh, yo, yo. That's a very powerful song from Ghana. I want to believe my sound is still good at your end. My scarf is trying to hide the logo, but ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why we're here. Let me do it this way so it's going to stay. Yes, I think this is going to help.
No, let it drop so we can see the logo.
Yes,
let it drop.
Whenever I'm moving and yes, let's see. Okay.
Okay. All right. You're fine.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that looks great.
All right. So, okay. Somebody says thanks for the message. Yes, that's
It's not just somebody. That's Professor Olusola.
Oh, let me make sure. I'm quite far from my computer.
Yes.
Professor Olusola, thank you so much. Thank you. Excellent. Thanks for the message of the music. That song was written by Diana Hamilton. She's a Ghanaian. I'm just switching the words around so you can understand the message.
Okay.
But I know in Ghana, when you say your grace is Adom. Adom, Adom, Wadom. So we're going to stand by each other. Let me pick a song that everybody knows. I know we have some people from every corner of the world, every ethnicity, people from different parts of the world joining us today. And for all those who are on Facebook, feel free to join the Zoom or enjoy us on Facebook. I see some comments coming from Facebook. Thank you for joining. We are here. We need your support. We need your maximum support. Pour tous ceux qui parlent français, nous sommes là ce soir pour Africa's Brain Bank. Nous voulons aider et prendre l'initiative de prendre ce qu'on a étudié dans l'Occident pour ramener dans notre pays. Nous sommes là pour sauver les Africains, tous ces Africains qui n'ont pas l'opportunité que nous avons accueillie à l'Occident. Nous sommes là ce soir pour renforcer l'exode du talent et tout ce qui contient l'Afrique. On veut ramener ça chez nous. Nous voulons aider les Africains qui n'ont pas la chance d'étudier ailleurs. Nous prenons ce que nous avons appris à l'Occident pour ramener dans notre pays et ça peut sauver une vie. Donc, if you're on Facebook, whatever platform we're streaming on, that is the idea of this ball. It's a charity summit. We are here for charity. Most of us who are here are donating, volunteering. We thank you all. God will bless you. So let's continue in music. There is a song that says, if you lean on a brother, you will never fall. So united we stand. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light you see, no, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Darling, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the clouds that we looked upon, oh yeah, should stumble and fall, and the mountains should sink deep into the sea, we won't cry, we won't cry. Africans in the house say we won't cry, just as long as we stand by each other. Oh darling, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Africans, come on, would you stand by me? Somebody stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me, yeah. Darling, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. There is a song from Cameroon performed in French. It's a song about life. It's a song about freedom. I'm going to sing that song, and if you're from Cameroon in the house, feel free to relate. The artist is Henri Dikonge. It's a song about life. chorus to this song from Cameroon, use the chat box. Talk to me, somebody. If you speak French, use the chat box. You can still put a chat in French and I'll read it for everybody. We have people from Mali in the house. We have people from Senegal. Feel free to leave a comment in French and I will read it to the public. And for those who are on Facebook, we have people from France joining us today. I actually invited a very special friend from France to join us. Yes, we have a comment. It's, let me see. I am Umar Adamu from Ghana, an executive director, Umar Tech Business Enterprise. Oh, thanks for joining us. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Let's go. Une essence, un cri, une douleur, un bruit, un cœur très doux, ami, un cœur qui bat la vie. Je voudrais m'arrêter sur ce bonheur qui m'est donné. Cette force jaillit de sa fragilité, finit par de m'étonner. Balayer, 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 et c'est balayer trop souhaité. Tout paraît beau, tout paraît léger, comme si le monde allait changer. C'est l'Afrique, 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 oh, la vie est, elle est bien là, Tibinami, nous des visages et nos souris. C'est la vie, la vie, la vie, oh, la vie est, elle est bien là, Tibinami, mais dans des airs et des envies. Salut à tous ceux qui nous viennent du Cameroun ce soir, tous ceux qui nous viennent du Sénégal, du Mali. Je vois le grand lui-même, le grand Bakayoko est dans la place ce soir. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Hi. And if you're from Mali or Senegal, leave a chat. Je voudrais dire merci pour ce moment qui m'est grandi. C'est comme si je n'étais jamais né avant cet avant nouveau-né. Balayer, balayer, balayer les blessures de mon passé. Tout paraît beau, tout paraît léger, comme si le monde allait changer. C'est la vie, la vie, la vie, oh, la vie est. C'est deux présences qui fait aussi une existence de ma vie. C'est la vie, la vie, la vie, oh, la vie est. C'est du mystère, de la magie. Je me sens prêt, ça m'est ravi. C'est l'Afrique, chantons pour l'Afrique. Chantons pour l'Afrique, yeah. C'est du mystère, de la magie. Je me sens prêt, ça m'est ravi. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Cette musique est très belle. Elle est une célébration de la vie. Ça nous vient tout droit du grand Diola Bakayoko. Merci, merci. Et si tu parles français dans la maison, faites-nous savoir parce que on dit l'Afrique est bilingue. Ici, là, on va parler français, on va parler anglais. Les deux langages les plus reconnus dans l'Afrique, c'est ce qu'on va utiliser ce soir. Une caresse, une joie, un sourire, une voix, une main tremblante témoin, une âme qui vit de toi. Je voudrais dire merci pour ce moment qui m'est donné. C'est comme si je n'étais jamais né avant cet temps nouveau-né. Balayer, balayer, balayer les blessures du passé de l'Afrique. Tout paraît beau, tout paraît léger, comme si le monde allait changer. C'est la vie, la vie, la vie, oh, la vie. C'est du mystère, de la magie. Je me sens prêt, ça me ravit. C'est la vie, la vie, la vie, oh, la vie. C'est deux présences qui fait aussi une existence de ma vie. C'est la vie, la vie, la vie, oh, la vie. Sauvons l'Afrique, ils ont besoin de nous. Ramenons la vie en Afrique. Let's bring back life into Africa. That's the reason we are here. I salute you, Dr. Kumba. That's the reason we are here. C'est la vie, la vie, la vie, oh, la vie. C'est deux présences qui fait aussi une existence de ma vie. We have many more people joining us from different parts of the world. We welcome you all. Like Reverend Pam said, this is a red carpet welcome. On Facebook, all those who are with us, we appreciate you. The most important thing that I want to stress here is that we're going to be sharing some handles, payment handles. When we get to that time, when that time approaches, we will post them. Please, if you see a payment handle, the best way you can tell us that you were here with us is by clicking on one of them and donating. That's the idea. Not everybody is as comfortable as we are. There are Africans out there. There are people back in our own various countries who don't even have the basic, I would say the basic air to breathe. The one we are enjoying over here. So if we have that opportunity and that blessing, let's use it as a way of blessing somebody else. Si nous avons eu l'opportunité de respirer l'air qui est bien, il y en a les Africains qui n'ont pas l'air, qui souffrent, qui transpirent des mauvaises haleines dans leurs environnements. Si vous avez eu cette bénédiction d'avoir l'air où que vous soyez, n'hésitez pas de toucher un Africain qui aurait besoin de votre soutien. Donc, le moment arrivé, on va poster quelques liens où vous pouvez aller et donner. C'est l'essentiel, c'est l'essentiel. I know my French is not very good in the afternoon, but I guess all the people who speak French here understand what I'm saying. Thank you so much for bearing with us. There's a lot of surprises. You're not even going to imagine. You're not going to believe the celebrities that gave us a shout out. You're not going to believe there's a whole bunch of surprises. I'm not going to reveal anything. I can say, being a celebrity myself, I want to give Africa's Brain Bank a shout out. I am tuning in from Cincinnati, Ohio, where I'll be performing tonight. I have a show in Cincinnati, but what can I not do for Africa's Brain Bank? It's been a journey, and that journey continues. So, Reverend Pam.
Yes, my dear, you're doing great. We have 20 minutes to the opening. You're doing great.
Okay, nice. All right, for those who are on Facebook, if the link is there, join us. If you want to get one-on-one communication, interaction with Africa's Brain Bank, you can post the link, the Zoom link, so people can join. Let's have that interaction between us. All right. One of my favorite artists of all time, the reason why I became a musician, his name, well, he's of late, but I still say his name is Lucky Dube from South Africa. And I know there's some people tuning in from South Africa. I know there's a whole bunch of South Africans who are going to be joining us. South Africa beat us this year with a very good song, which I will be performing sometime. It's called Jerusalema. That song alone had 400 million YouTube views. It means that almost every part of the country enjoyed from that masterpiece. But for right now, I'm going to sing a song by Lucky Dube. The song is reflecting our message today. It says, in whatever you do, wherever you find yourself, remember me. That's an African cry. Wherever you are, as an African, no matter where you go, there's another South African song that says, no matter where you go, remember where you come from. But this song says, in whatever you do, remember Africa. The message might be not directly connected to what we are doing, but the message is remember me. You left for the city many years ago, promised to come back and take Africa as your own. Many years have gone by, oh no, still no sign of you. Mother died of heart attack many years ago when she heard you were married to someone else. I am the only one left in the family, and wherever you are, remember Africa. Tell you whatever you do, Africa loves you. In whatever you are, remember Africa. In whatever you do, we love you. If we do not go back and claim Africa, there will be a time when we will go back home and we will not be able to call any streets our own. Because the people will deny you. They will say you forgot about us. Remember that message. Listen to this word. Wandering up and down the streets of Soweto with no place to call my home. I am the only one left in my family. I should be the only one who can support my people back home. In whatever you do, remember Africa. Tell you whatever you are, we love you. Wherever you are, remember Africa. In whatever you do, we love you. In whatever you are, remember Africa. Till whatever you do, I love you. In whatever you do, remember Africa. In whatever you are, we love you. In whatever you do, remember Africa. Tell you wherever you are, we love you. The messages are very clear. Wherever you are, remember Africa. Whatever you do, know that Africa still loves you. A powerful hit from Lucky Dube. Lucky Dube. All right, so we still have some minutes to go. Please join. If you're on Facebook, if you can see us on Facebook, feel free to come and join. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. You tell Africa, say no worry, that everything's gonna be alright. You are the father to the fatherless, the miracle working God. You made the blind man to see. You made the crippled man to walk. You are the lily of Galilee. You make impossible possible. I cannot do it, mama. Unless you go to Tokyo, I cannot change it, Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. You tell Africa, say no worry. Everything's gonna be alright. You are the father to the fatherless, the miracle working God. You make the blind man to see. You make the crippled man to walk. You will stop Africa's brain drain, cause you are the possible. I got my mama. Unuzindukani Tokyo, makana chane kima. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most high. Hallowed be thy name. Hey.
Good morning, my dear. Yeah,
All right. Okay. Yes. Yep. 10 more minutes and we shall begin. Hello. I might call some names without the I know that there's a lot of doctors in the house, a lot of honorables, dignitaries in the house. Thank you all for joining. And I might call some names without putting your titles. Please bear with me. It is nothing disrespectful. Hello, Helen. How you doing? All right. Yes. So we will be starting in a little bit. There's a place in your heart, and And I know that it is love, and this place could be brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you find there's no need to cry. In this place, you find there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for leaving. Make a little space, make a better place. Feel the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for leaving, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot die. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful givers. If you try, you shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. We could really get there if you care enough for leaving. Make a little space, make a better place. Feel the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for believing, make a better place for you and for me. The world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for believing, make a better place for you and for me. 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 Making the world a better place for you and for me. That only happens when we take our brains back to Africa. Save Africa, someone. Whatever you acquire from anywhere else away from Africa, remember to take your brains, literally, take your brains back to Africa, because Africans need those brains. All right. I think it's exactly 6 minutes to the hour. It's time for us to play that anthem. You're reminded this song was written, conceived by the great Reverend Pam. Oh my God. And performed. The melody was put into into those wonderful lyrics by my humble self, DJ Skipper. I'm gonna try to perform that song live for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Anthony. Let's bring it back. Africa, Africa's brain bank. Africa, Africa's brain bank. Africa, Africa's brain bank. Yeah, Africa, Africa's brain bank. Yeah. Hanging Africa's brain power is property and brain power. It's time for African experts in various fields in diaspora to come together, transform Africa and Africans. With God we stand as one to tell our story. Yeah. Collaboration, development, and service. Help us, God, guide our footsteps. Collaboration, development, and service. Africa's brain drain. Yeah. Would you help us save Africa? Hey. Would you help us save Africa? Yeah. Would you help us save Africa? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Would you help us save Africa? Somebody say Africa, Africa's brain bank is the solution for Africa's brain drain. Say Africa, Africa's brain bank is the solution for Africa's brain drain. It's brain drain, it's brain drain. Somebody put an end to Africa's brain drain. It's brain drain, it's brain drain. Africa people with them don't study for overseas. Make una join African brain band, say Africa, yeah. Notre continent a besoin de nous pour renforcer notre espoir. Rassemblés, nous pouvons tous marcher vers la victoire. Et collaboration, développement et service. Seigneur, les Africains ont besoin de vous. Collaboration, développement et service. Rassemblons-nous pour sauver l'Afrique. Hey, rassemblons-nous pour sauver l'Afrique. Hey, rassemblons-nous pour sauver l'Afrique. Hey, rassemblons-nous pour sauver l'Afrique. Africa, Africa's brain bank est la solution et les eaux de tout cerveau. Africa, Africa's brain bank is the solution for Africa's brain drain. Somebody say, God loves Africa. He loves Africa so much. He sent his only son to reside in Africa. Yeah. Africa is the cradle of civilization, the motherland, the motherland, the motherland, the motherland, the motherland. Somebody say the motherland, the motherland, the motherland. If you understand the song, on the chat box, somebody just type the motherland. Somebody type the motherland on the chat box. I want to feel you guys. Somebody put on the chat box the motherland, the motherland, the motherland. Yes, yes. Africa is the motherland. I want to make sure everybody's with us on this anthem. Type on the chat box, the motherland. Everybody, the motherland, the motherland. We're about to start, ladies and gentlemen. We want to make sure everybody's out there. So to prove that you are out there and not just have your video out, type the motherland, somebody. Type the motherland. Yes. The motherland. I see you. I see you. I see everybody. I see you guys. Good job. Say, God loves Africa.
With so much on your mind right now, the safety of your family and business should not.
It's only son to take refuge in Africa. Africa is the cradle of civilization. The motherland. The motherland. The motherland. Ladies and gentlemen, it is exactly 10:01. I went a minute further. That's why Reverend Pam already had the screen shared, and she was already starting. We are respecting.
With so much on your mind right now, the safety of your family and business should not be one of them. Safe and Secure Worldwide Protection Group's goal is to keep you and the things you love safe. From patrolling your small business and neighborhood to guarding large construction sites and shopping centers, we are here to protect you. That's why we were selected as security for the last 3 presidential elections. Safe and Secure Worldwide Protection Group. We worry about your security, so you don't have to.
Oh, welcome to the Africa's Brain Bank second annual gala. And I thank all of you for being here wherever you are throughout the world. Thank you for sharing this time with us. And I know those of you in Zimbabwe and Sierra Leone, and even in those in the mountains of China, wherever you are on the planet, we are one family. Thank you, DJ Skipper, the Skipper, for that wonderful rendition and all that you do for Africa's Brain Bank. I want to thank all of you for being here. And I want to ask everyone to please take a moment to share.
Of your family and
Take a moment to share with all of your friends, your networks that we're on live. This is monumental. This is the crowning event of Black America and Africa. Today we obliviate the narrative, the old narrative about African unity. We'll show you today examples of Black excellence in business, in STEM, in mathematics and education. Today is the day that we rewrite the narrative of Black, both in the diaspora and African unity. So as we start, let's start with the opening prayer, if we may. And with us, we have Dr. Abdel Nuruddin of the W.D. Muhammad Islamic Center. If you would, Dr. Nuruddin, open us up with prayer, followed by Pastor Bradley of New Light Baptist Church, please. Unmute yourself, please, sir.
So I just did.
Okay.
Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير مغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر. Translation. With God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. The perfect praise belongs to God, Lord of all the systems of knowledge, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, the sole judge on the day of judgment. We worship you only, and we turn to you begging assistance. Guide us on the straight way, the way of those on whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, those whose portion is not wrath and who go not astray. Amen. To you we have given the fountain of abundance. Therefore to your Lord turn in prayer and sacrifice. For he who hates you will be cut off from future hope. And God the Mighty has spoke the truth.
Thank you, Dr. Nuruddin. Pastor Bradley Hunt, Associate Pastor of New Light Baptist Church. If you would, please, sir, share a prayer. I have Pastor Bradley, are you on? Unmute yourself, sir.
I need to unmute him, but I need to know his name on the screen. Chief, he can just type his name on the chat box so I'll know who he is. I don't see a Bradley on the screen.
All right, bear with me just a moment. We'll see if we
Okay.
can't connect.
Okay, Chief, that's okay. We're going to go ahead and open the prayer. So we move forward. And we have a tight agenda. Let us pray. Father, in the precious mighty name of Jesus, we want to praise your holy name. King of glory, this is the day that you have made, and we are rejoicing and we are glad in it. Lord, this vision came from you, oh God, and you've made provisions for it. We want to thank your children who have zoomed in on time around the world, Father. Lord, you know who they are. I will not call names, but Father, we want to dedicate this event into your hands. Lord God Almighty, that is going to go exactly the way you ordained it for it to go. Father, even as we have this summit and all the other speeches and presentations that's going to happen, oh God, Father, that lives will be transformed in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, even with the entertainment, it will also go to enhance what we are trying to share with our people. We thank you for making us people of African descent. We are Black and proud. We are Africans and we are proud. And Father, from this day forward, no African will ever walk with their head down. We will walk with our head high up because we are fearfully and wonderfully made. We thank you, Abba Father. Come and take all the glory and all the honor. In Jesus' mighty name, we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Okay, okay, Chief, I'm going to go ahead and share the video so you can bring on our Royal Highness.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great honor and certainly a distinct pleasure to introduce a friend. How do you introduce a man who needs no introduction? Mr. Michael B. Roberts is a man of vision, a futurist, excellent businessman. And I think that this clip speaks volumes about the measure of the man. So let's watch the clip and I'll come back and introduce Mr. Michael.
That right? You know, they've made billions and broke barriers. Today in our special series, Black in America, Ed Lavandera introduces us to two brothers who have built an empire literally from the ground up, and they never forgot where they came from.
You know you've arrived in the business world when your office can look like this.
Yeah, this is all my stuff.
Michael and Stephen Roberts launched their business empire from a historically Black neighborhood in North St. Louis. They estimate their company, which holds everything from hotels to TV stations, to be worth almost $1 billion.
So someone watching this who says, you know, that's really easy for these guys to say. They've got millions and millions of dollars. They can go out and buy whatever they want. I have 2 quarters to rub together. What do you tell that person?
That we also had 2 quarters to rub together. We weren't rich, we weren't poor, but we just never had any money either.
We tell folks, learn it, get your hands dirty, you know, low sweat equity, and then you will know it. It becomes yours.
The Roberts brothers say the key to success is putting ideas into action. They are relentless workers, always looking to make a deal.
We're creatures, we're animals of the earth. What other animal retires? I mean, if a lion retired, you know, today, tomorrow morning becomes his brother's breakfast, right?
Mike was elected first.
They were both elected to the St. Louis Board of Aldermen. Out of a one-room office, they created an empire made up of 76 companies with 1,100 employees. They run TV stations, hotels. They own commercial real estate and telecommunications companies. Their name adorns every property: the Roberts Village, the Roberts Loft, the Roberts Mayfair Hotel. But don't try comparing them to Donald Trump.
That what may appear to you today as ego, 40 years from now will be legacy. And Black folks need legacy. We have to have examples of successes in order for us to be able to let the generations to come know that many of the successes that occurred by African Americans in this country can be seen and pointed out and can be emulated.
The Orpheum Theater in downtown St. Louis symbolizes the Roberts' quest for legacy. Decades ago, their mother and other Black people were only allowed to sit in the highest balcony. Now the Roberts brothers own the theater.
And Mom has moved from the balcony. I assume she gets a front row seat.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mom can sit wherever she likes.
That is priceless.
Hey, Mom, how you doing?
Ed Lavandera, CNN, St. Louis, Missouri.
And for more stories of people stepping up, taking charge, and
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to some and present to others my friend, Mr. Michael V. Roberts, on this coast, and in Africa and around the world, also known as Nana Akafo-Addo, if I said that correctly, Okansi. Mr. Michael Roberts.
Thank you, Chief, and good day to everyone. It is a delight to be here with such a distinguished body of men and women. I want to begin by saying that we are one, regardless of the history that has worked to divide us, whether it's through language or skin complexion or all the other separates that they have tried to put. Our soul is still intact. Our soul is what allows us to be who we are, and it is our soul that makes us one family. Life is like a parade in the world of business today, and you are either in the parade or you're standing on the sidelines and watching. I'm of the opinion that we are sometimes confused to think that money is what we need to be successful as we move forward. In reality, it's our skill sets. It's our ability to achieve over and above any of the activities that we are engaged in. A skill set requires a mindset. A mindset relates to our ability to think through and be prepared to watch the emerging opportunities as they come forward. And there are many, especially now. And we as Africans need to not be stuck in traditional ways of doing business, but to begin to reach beyond our current mindset and look into the future. That means we have to be disruptive, not only with our own thinking, but with all of the society that's around us. For example, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire represents about 2/3 of cocoa. And the economic value of that is about $5 billion. However, the business of chocolate is $100 billion. So what's the difference? Well, the difference is in processing chocolate in the countries that are producing the cocoa. In other words, not just letting our resources leave the continent for others to make the billions and trillions of dollars, but more so recognize that Africa is the richest continent on the face of the earth, and yet we function as the poorest. How do we make those changes? Well, one of the things we have to do is begin to veer into the future. But in order to do that, we have to first eliminate the fear of failure. Too often, we look at great opportunities, but we have a fear that we may fail. Well, let's break those two words down. First word, fear. Fear is just a mental construct It's not of nature. It's not grass growing, trees blowing. When you were born perfect. You did not have fear. You've allowed fear to enter into your psyche. So first of all, let's understand that fear doesn't really exist unless we allow it to exist. Second word, failure. I submit to you that there's no such thing as failure. And what do I mean by that? Every day when you wake up, you're given 86,400 seconds. That's 24 hours for you math majors. The moment you think of the moment, it's already gone. So we have to live every moment to its fullest extent. That's a concept that is simple to understand, but difficult to implement. You see, we may have businesses or relationships that we call failures, but in reality, I submit to you that those things were just experiences. And those experiences may not have had the outcome that we wanted, but did we learn anything from them? We as Africans have learned so much, but now we have to apply our knowledge to the future. As I've said to people over and over, you don't drive a car by looking in a rearview mirror. So therefore, why would you live your life always looking backwards, blaming other people, trying to find excuses? I wrote 2 books. My Action Has No Season is one, and Action Has No Season 2.0. In those books, I emphasize that magic word of action because too frequently we see these opportunities and we don't act upon it. So I coined the word the actionaire. The actionaire is one who takes their ideas, their dreams, their vision, and their passion, and they pursue them with courage, confidence, and bravado. How many times have you maybe had a great idea? I've heard people say this over and over. And then a year or 2 later, somebody's made hundreds of millions of dollars on your idea. Well, why? Because you primarily did not take action as you should have. So developing skill sets in the future requires you to understand a little bit about the future. This concept of artificial intelligence that's developing, the concept of machine learning and robotics. I submit to you that anyone who has a job that is repetitive in nature, by 2030, that job will be eliminated and a robot will take the place of that. Half of the people that are African American will lose jobs because most of their jobs are repetitive in nature. So we need to now begin to gear up to understand that although those types of businesses that relate to repetitiveness that robotics may take over have emerging other businesses that will support that concept. When there was slavery in the South in the United States, and the main industry was textiles and cotton, the concern was after the cotton was once picked by hand, something called the cotton gin came along, and it took away the quote jobs that people had picking cotton. That was the emerging of the industrial age from the agricultural age. Agrarians back in those days, life was about planting and seeds and growing, and then that was the primary source of business development. Then the industrial age came along and it started to make changes. And we saw that in the automobile industry where people moved from the South to the North in the United States, started working in Detroit and St. Louis and other places where there was automobiles beginning to be developed. And those jobs were good jobs at that time. But now we're seeing another shift, the digital shift. And the digital shift and the artificial intelligence shift, we see it now where the same assembly plants are now being used with robotic arms. So who's replacing the robotics? Who fixes the equipment? Who builds it? there will be so many industries that will emerge as a result of this. And a lot of the considerations that will change will be the form of currency that we use. For example, cryptocurrency, commonly called the Bitcoin, is something that is going to be used and is being used now globally. So it allows us to do business in Ghana or Singapore or the United States using the same standards, and it'll be peer to peer, meaning one person to the next person. With the concept of blockchain, which provides us with the economic understanding or the data understanding of what you're buying. If I wanted to buy something in Sierra Leone and there's a blockchain database, I can look at who the owner is, who the owners were, what's been developed on that property. And then whoever the owner is, I can then speak to that owner, purchase that through cryptocurrencies. They will accept the cryptocurrencies through their wallet, which is really in their phone. And as a result of that exchange, I will take the ownership, and then my name goes into that blockchain database. Well, as simple as that sounds, it will be simple, but we have to understand it. So when I discuss the concept of skills and skill sets, and I hope that's part of the theme, as one of the chairmen of this conference, I want to thank the chief for allowing me to have, a moment to speak about these futuristic business opportunities. Because unless we address those now, we're going to be behind as they continue to hit, and they are hitting. I mean, we're seeing changes every day, most of us don't really understand what's taking place around us, but it's happening. And the so-called global economy is real. And Africa, again, is the richest continent on the face of the earth. So we have to be more involved in creating production capabilities and not just leaving it as a agricultural basis for which the country survives. We want that to take place, but we have to understand that when you have, for example, electric cars and the emergence of electric cars requires silver as a component of the manufacturing piece of a car. And by 2035, we may see only electric cars, and some of those cars may be autonomous, meaning there will be no drivers or driverless vehicles. Now, what does a driverless vehicle do? Well, it eliminates Uber drivers, it eliminates truck drivers, it eliminates, in my opinion, any type of person who uses it. You see, in the future, with nanochips being able to be ingested into your body to evaluate your health and who you are, these nanochips will be able to help you determine who you are and what you are in terms of health. And then 3D printing is beginning to actually build human organs. Now, the human organ is what generally kills people. One of their organs goes bad. Well, what if that could be replaced? And then we extend our lifespan. And as we extend our lifespan, where are the business opportunities? How are people going to be spending money in the future? I've just given you a list of items. People are going to be spending money with electric cars, but there are going to be people who need to build these electric cars. The reason I bring up silver is because silver and gold still is very prominent in Africa. And as it's mined and is used globally to build these types of vehicles, driverless vehicles, then at that point we have to look at, well, should we start building these vehicles in Africa? We'll have the largest and most prominent base of employees, workers, than the other countries. You see, it went from the United States to Japan, from Japan to China, from China to India. It's on its way across to Africa. So we have to build our skill sets. We have to bring in those who understand that if the African Union is going to be effective, then the African Union has to recognize that those of us in the diaspora needs to be at the same table. We should work together and then build the 54 countries along with the Caribbean and North and South America and recognize that we are every place. And therefore we all have a sense of connection back to Africa. So what we must do is find systems by which people can reach back and be able to make their contributions. And I think the African Union is one of the probably most natural and logical places to take place. And it doesn't need to be just political. It needs to have a mindset of building itself through the economics of the future. So I know my time is somewhat limited, and I want to continue to share this concept of futurism, the importance of building a skill set. I want everyone to become actionaires. I want you to eliminate the fear of failure. I want you to recognize that you have dreams, you have visions, you have passion, and you have to pursue them and not let anybody turn you around. Take it on. What do you have to lose? You know, a lot of people said to me when I was building, you know, my over 100 companies, and my daddy worked at the post office for 39 years. As I tell people all the time, we weren't rich, we weren't poor, we just never had any money. And I'm sure that there are a few people who are like that in the audience today. But I also take the position that rich people scream, but wealthy people whisper. So we don't have to brag about it. You don't have to say, oh, well, I never heard of Mike Roberts. I don't think that's important because I whisper. And I want most of us to recognize the value of being able to be self-confident, recognize that we have behind us the richest, strongest DNA of any human on the face of the earth. Why do I say that? Because where was the fossils of the oldest human found? In Africa. So we know the origin of man is Africa. And from a spiritual standpoint, you would suggest that the DNA that exists within us came from the Holy Father. And as a result, it's with faith and religion is within you and not outside of you. It is what you pull into yourself and how you use your own spirituality to survive and to grow and to understand society and what's your mission. You have to develop your destiny. It's not going to come to you. You're not predestined. You have a basic DNA structure that have given you some of the richest characteristics of anyone on the face of the earth. How is a guy like Michael Jordan, who was a great basketball player, whose parents were only about, 5 foot something, become such a great basketball player? This is in his DNA. How does a 4-year-old little girl start to play Mahler or Beethoven? It's in her DNA. So within our DNA is also characteristics that we may not realize how strong we are. It's that little sense when you're walking down the street, Chief, and as a officer of the law that you can sense certain things. It's called instinct. And in business, we must get in touch with our instincts the same way we're in touch with our instincts as we walk the streets. We have to recognize that within us is so many capabilities as Africans, so much history. Our DNA has traveled from the origin of man. That means it's built up and built up and built up. It's not just your parents that you're like or your grandparents. It's the millions of people that copulated to create you. So you are rich with this capability. And you need to recognize just how strong you are and we are as Africans with inherited instinct that will have the capability. Let me go back to the future for a second. These little nanochips that I'm talking about that will be ingested. If you take a look at your cell phone, for example, we all have one. There's more data availability through this little cell phone than what NASA had when it launched a man to the moon. Now imagine in the future that little phone can be shrunk to a nanochip and be placed in your brain. And then suddenly in the future, you'll have infinite knowledge. You'll be able to blink and envision yourself much like you see with some of these artificial reality glasses that you think you're skydiving. I know it's kind of spooky, but I'll give you a little more spookiness. Now, what happens if you have these little nanochips on your mirror, and you look at that mirror and you say, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, what's wrong with me?" And the nanochips in you talks to the nanochips in the mirror, determines certain organ issues, and then the nanochips from the mirror sends a message to the robot, the doctor robot. The doc robot then evaluates it and sends the prescription to the robo pharmacist. And the robo pharmacist then fills out the prescription, calls the local drone company to come and pick up your medicine and take it to your house. Is that spooky? Well, let me get something that's more spooky. Imagine having now this human with this infinite capability, almost like a cyborg, if we were talking science fiction movies. And suddenly there's a brain hacker, and the brain hacker comes in, and suddenly you're under control, and you don't realize that you are being controlled. And so you do things that you normally wouldn't do. I know that's a little scary, and I'm pushing you because I want to disrupt your thinking, everyone. I want you to be disrupted today because I need you to break down and start over and start to look at the future and who you are and what are the business opportunities and how do you build your skill set through science and technology, engineering and math. How do you take the children that are coming along today and recognize this? A 2-year-old today, by the time that they're 16, will not drive a car. They will command the car. Children will be taken to school. The parents will put them in an autonomous vehicle. And the only person that can open the door when the child goes to school is the teacher, who will have a certain code to allow that to take place. Security. The future is in front of us, but the future is also surrounding us at the moment. So let me just say, if you want to read a little bit more about the companies I've developed, I've built a wireless phone company. I've owned over 12 TV stations. I've owned 14 hotels. And like I said, I'm just a young man who came out of St. Louis, whose parents are just good people, but we're not business people. When I finished law school, I moved 2 blocks from the projects where I lived for 10 years and was elected to the city council in my late 20s, and I was the youngest to have ever been elected, and I represented the projects. So don't let this light skin fool you. I got plenty of street credibility. I want you all to stay blessed. I want you to realize that we are one, that a brain bank means that we are making deposits into each other. You cannot withdraw from a bank unless you deposit in a bank. So I want us to recognize that all the information we're depositing is going into our brain, into our bank, and we can then withdraw, and we withdraw together. I'm making a deposit today for everyone to draw from. I want you to know that, we are one, and we can work together, but we have to build our skill set. We have to build our mindset. We have to find ourselves embracing each other in love, but being smart about what we do on a day-to-day basis. And don't let anybody take advantage of you because we have these skill sets that we must develop and recognize the future and realize that being in the present requires you to look into the future. And let's don't worry about what's happened in the past. It's okay, it's a lesson, but let's don't dwell on that. because all we have are the 86,400 seconds that I talked about today that we exist in. Chief, thank you very much for inviting me to be your chairman today. And I want everyone to have a wonderful, wonderful conference. And we will all be together one day, I'm sure, as we travel from continent to continent, from country to country. Take care. God bless.
Awesome. Awesome. Skipper.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Thank you very much. And let's proceed. Program skipper.
Hi.
If you would give us one of your wonderful renditions.
You know, when I was listening to Dr. Roberts, I just got motivated to. His message was at the end, "We are one," was very essential, very important. As you go through life, you see there is so much that we don't understand. And the only thing we know is things don't always go the way we plan. But you see every day that we'll never turn away. When it seems all your dreams come undone, we will stand by your side, filled with hope and filled with pride. We are more than we are one. Family, family, 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 we are one. It rains in our head, we are one. And no matter where you go, remember the road that leads you. Say, no matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you. Hey, somebody say, no matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you. Hey, that will lead you. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you. Hey, no matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you. That will lead you home. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you. Somebody say, no matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you home. That will lead you home. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you home. That Somebody say, no matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you home. That's the message of this song. No matter where you go, remember the road that leads you home. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you home. That will lead you home. That will lead you home. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you. That will lead you. Oh, the sea is calm and the sky is gray. Look across the island into the bay. We are all islands till comes the day when we reach the broken water. Asi bonanga, asi bonangu mande na chuna na pe asi bonanga, asi bonangu mande na chuna na pe. Africans around the world must unite. Try to unite and save Africa. Who has the words to close the distance between me and you? Asi bonanga, asi bonangu mande na chuna na pe feri. Asi bonanga, asi bonangu for chuna na pe feri. One more time. Africans around the world must unite. Try to unite to save Africa. This one is important. Who has the words to close the distance between me and you? You and I, hey. I see bonanga, I see bonanga, Monday, I see bonanga, I see bonanga, I see bonanga, I see bonanga, Monday, I see say make I leave Africa. Some family members say make I leave Africa. Me I say wait one day Africa go unite. Them go follow us jolly. Somebody say, won't you help us save Africa? Won't you help us save Africa? Africa, won't you help us save Africa? Would you help us save Africa? Somebody say, aye. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. I remember when we used to sing in the government church in Africa, over observing the hypocrites now as they would mingle with the good people we meet here. Good people like Aminata, good friends we had, no, good friends we lost along the way. And then Chief Lance would create some firelight. Love would burning through the night. Somebody tell him, say for Africa, no woman, no cry. Say, no woman, no cry. Say, Aminata, no cry. Hey. No woman, no cry. I remember when we used to sing in the government church in Senegal, in Mali, in Cameroon, in Nigeria, in Ghana. Hey, in Cameroon, somebody, and then Reverend Bob would create a firelight. She would say, love was burning through the night. And we would cook cornmeal porridge. Hey. Eat and then take these brains back to Africa. Somebody say, my dream is for Africans to go back to Africa with the brains. So I've got to push it through. And we tell Africans, say, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Africa's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. No more brain drain. No more brain drain. Take your brains back to Africa. Take your brains back to Africa. Somebody save the children. Somebody save the children. Somebody save the poor people. Somebody save our women, our children. We gotta stop all the bad things that Africans be doing because of poverty. We gotta stop all the bad things that they be doing to our women, our children. Take your brains back to Africa. 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 Somebody donate to Africa's brain drain so we can save the children. Save the women from rape. Save the children. Save the killing of our children. Save the crying of our women. Somebody say, yeah, yeah. No woman, no cry. Say, no woman, no cry. I remember when we used to Senegal. And then the big Bagayoko would create a firelight. Say, we want love to flow back to Africa. And we would cook porridge yam in Cameroon, of which I share with Reverend Pam, with Chief Nancy and Aminata. My dream is that Africans unite, Africans united. So we've got to push poverty out from Africa. Tell them everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Bring back the legacy of Mandela. Bring back the legacy of Calafio. Bring back the legacy of African kings. Bring back the legacy of our fatherland. Somebody say our fatherland must be restored. Somebody say through Africa's bring back, we will bank our brains in Africa. Hey, save our children, Lord. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Somebody save our women. Somebody save our children. Somebody save Africa. Africans are dying. Save Africans. Save the poor people. Save the poor people. Until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is totally and permanently abandoned. Everywhere is war until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes. Until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race, there will be war. But until that day, the dream of lasting peace will remain a fleeting illusion to be pursued but never attained. Everywhere is war until we bang these brains, take it back to Africa. There will be war. There shall be no peace until you donate $1 to save a suffering child. There will be war. And I say war until you take back to Africa and create boreholes for the people to have basic water. There will be war. But until that day, Africa's Brain Bank is here to help you help the people through your donations. Donate even $1. But tonight we're collecting the big money. We're collecting the big money. We're not here for the dollar. We're here for the big money because we gotta save the children. We gotta save the women. We gotta save the Africans who are talented but do not have a way of being exposed to the world. But until that day, the dream of lasting peace will be pursued but never attained. Save a child in Senegal. Save a child in Mali. Save a child in Ivory Coast. Save a child even in America. Save a child in Rwanda. Save a child in Africa. Save a child in Mali. Save a child in Nigeria. Save a child in Cameroon. Save a child in Mozambique. Save a child in Zambia. Save a child in Mauritania. Save a child in Egypt, Morocco. Save a child somewhere in Rwanda, Burundi. Save a child now. Donate to Africa's Brain Bank. Donate to Africa's Brain Bank. How long shall they kill our people? Because we Africans in overseas, we cannot save our people. Listen to the message. Save a child, no. Ambasonia. Save a child in Nigeria. Save a child in Cameroon. Save a child. 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 And the message is save a child. I can read some of your comments. I see so much love coming from the chat box. We are here. I greet you, Dr. Wop. I greet you. So, we are not only saving the children. By save a child, I mean educate a child. It doesn't necessarily mean that we are just fighting to save them from being slaughtered by some wicked people out there. We are also trying to educate them so their future is guaranteed. I got education. I was one of the lucky few, but not everybody is lucky. You got education. Everybody on this forum has had education. So the message, save a child by educating them. We are raising money for STEM. And by STEM, I mean science, technology, engineering, and math. The education we're talking about, we put it in 4 letters: STEM, science, T for technology, and of course, E for engineering, and M for something I'm not really good at, but I try, mathematics. I heard Dr. I would say Chief Roberts, he actually counted the exact seconds in a day. And I was like, 24 hours. But he brought it down to seconds, and that was pretty interesting. So yes, if we may proceed, I will come back at any time, Chief Lance.
Skipper, you still have 2 minutes.
I still have 2 minutes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What can I do within 2 minutes? Womolomo, womolomo, womolomo. Womolomo, womolomo, womolomo. Womolomo, womolomo, womolomo. Womolomo, womolomo, womolomo. Bittersweet memory. That is all I'm taking with me. So goodbye. Please don't cry. We both know I'm not what you need. And I will always love you. I always love Akende seboyo Azala kina kosa ya manina. Let's go to Congo for a minute. I was in Congo, and I hate to say that I went to the village of Yemena, and I saw a little girl, only 13 years old, pregnant. Probably because she didn't have somebody to help her, to save her, to educate her. That is why we are here in Africa's Brain Bank. Through them, we are going to support our kids back in Africa. Adana seboyo azalaki na kosa ya kosika solisa ye baweleki ye apumbwe ekolo ya ndako ye kondeke te basheleki ye akupa bie o Yes, I think 2 minutes just went by real fast, right? All right, thank you, Chief Lance. I think I might just shoot it back to you wherever you're tuning in from. And,
no, Dr. Kumba.
Okay, sorry about that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to keep on performing for you guys. But right now, we have Dr. Kumba on the line. Hello, Dr. Kumba, over to you.
Thank you very much, DJ Skipper, for that good, soothing, and appropriate music for the occasion, for the summit. And welcome. Dr. Diak, can you unmute yourself, if you will? Now we'll run the panel together. So my name is Nkem Kumba, and I am a faculty at the University of Michigan. And I also come to you today as the chairman and president of the African's Brain Bank. It's our singular honor to welcome all you guests, all our panelists for today's summit, ultimately, to what we think will be a very, very good conversation for our collective work towards the Africa we aspire to, or what the African Union tells us the African we want. The theme for the meeting today, which is Africa's higher educational system, how to digitalize it, was appropriately chosen. If I may make a long story, as I know it, the Africa that we all aspire to, the African world that we all want, we all collectively, individually, in our own ways, work to build, has many dimensions. And the key, as Kata Woodson has told us, among others, is that education shapes the mind, and the rest flows from there. It was through education that Africa was subjugated some centuries ago. It was through education that the mind of the African person has been subject to various external external influences, be it Christianity, be it Islam, be it European models, be it all the different things that I am here speaking to you in English, not in our native language. As Africa has many languages, and we cannot speak in all of them at the same time, not one language has risen to the level of a continental language yet. English is one European language, it's global. French is one European language, it's global. And in England, there were 4 of them. The Irish, the English is just one tribe, and the French are just one tribe. The Chinese that we now hear Mandarin is just one tribe out of so many. So the emergence of dominant languages out of Europe doesn't mean that that was the only language they had. One rose to prominence. We have thousands on the continent. My native Cameroon would say they have about 40. Sometimes I dispute that. Anthropology hasn't done us any good justice in how they microanalyze our reality into nothingness. For my Cameroonian colleagues here, the whole Bamileke, the Tika descendants, Northwest, they are all one extensions, and it's so much the same linguistic group. If you follow anthropologists, you think that there are about 20, 40 different languages there. What I'm trying to get here is that foreign influences have dominated our thought processes. That was captured around independence period when Africa emerged from the colonial yoke. People like Nkrumah and Nyerere and said, that's saying, oh, who led the charge to liberate Africa from physical control? They had 2 priorities in their head. So Africa has been so subjugated that the first thing was to liberate the human person. We have been questioned and told that we were not at par as other humans from around the world, that we were less human. In the Americas, it was encoded in the Constitution that a Black man was 3/5 of a human being. That was the equivalent. On the continent, we were told that, I mean, our books are still anthropologically based, that we were less endowed, we were primitive, we had to be civilized. So the post-independence leaders wanted to prioritize reaffirming our humanity. And so people like Seda Senghor told us about negritude. That has been the canon of African literary thought for a long time post-independence. People in Nkrumah wanted to wrest the government from the Europeans. He told us that the main charge is for Africa to be able to manage or mismanage itself on its own terms. And so governance was a priority. Two things came out of that era: governance and humanities. Governance is seen in how our higher educational system is heavily skewed towards the social sciences and humanities. Those two dominate African higher education. But the world was also transitioning through the industrial age to now the technological age. And it's very clear that those who will capture the future, if Africa would attain anything close to what it aspires to in the African Union's Agenda 2063, it would have to confront its deficit in STEM, in scientific capacity. It is very clear that those who lead the world now, who dominate the world, are those who master science and technology. That's it. The Cold War was fought on technology and science. Who had a nuclear capacity, who could go to the moon, who could do all the things that require vast scientific and technological infrastructures and capabilities. They dominated. Not one gun was shot, but those who could outmaneuver the others, based on science, rule the world. Our tools that we have here are all scientific. The tools that manage the world, high-tech, medical systems, industry. You heard Michael V. Roberts tell us very clearly. STEM is what governs the world, it's what dominates the world, and that's where Africa must face itself in the mirror if it aspires to go beyond its current predicament. We understand the cultural dimensions. We understand the administrative dimensions. We understand that our bilateral funders and supporters want to tell us about governance and corruption. Some have also argued that the most developed countries are the most corrupt. Some have also argued that the wars around the world, the Iraq war, the Syrian war, they are wars of corruption. Somebody mentioned the American military-industrial complex, where one hammer is charged at $5,000. That's just how the system functions. K Street in Washington, D.C., they call it lobby, formalized corruption. We can go into that. Every country is a state and it has its own operational mechanisms. But the difference between these countries is that those who rise to supremacy are those who master science and technology. So that while the governance does their thing, the ways of society function, your roads function without you depending upon a foreign contractor. Your electricity functions without you worrying about any shortage. The system functions fluidly. And so the middle class can be created by being participants in those systems. Michael V. Roberts told us about cocoa being a $5 billion industry, but chocolate being a $100 billion industry. The difference is processing. Processing is for us is technology and science. Who knows how to do it? There's the ecosystem around those processes, but who knows how to do it runs the show. We have all the resources, the cotton, everything underneath. Some of us have argued that indeed, hardly does any African country truly know the value of its natural resources. They don't, because they don't have the scientific capacity to prospect it themselves. Some foreign partner, some foreign government, some foreign company has the technology, the science to come and tell you what's underneath your soil, and you hear what they tell you. They could very well give you that it's only 1% of what they know. You will never know the truth. So until we master our own science and technology, which is the language of current society and the future, we can barely go anywhere on our own terms. We can never barely go anywhere on our own terms. So the theme on STEM for us is an existential issue for Africa. It's not a matter of choice. It's existential. Some have argued that we should do STEAM. How about arts and culture? Those are embedded in STEM. They are not oppositional. They are not two things that do not have intersection. They are one and same. When Europe had a renaissance some time ago, it was as tribal and backwards as we call the Dark Ages. And you will know at that point, Africa was already very bright. They were the Dark Ages. But out of it emerged science, and the science evolved culture also. So culture is not devoid of science. Our way of doing things is not devoid of science. We have our scholars who have told us that over and over. Sheikh Anta Diop was the leader of that. And if you read his works, he will clarify to you. We sometimes call him the pharaoh of modern Africa. Not pharaoh in terms of political leadership as in ancient Egypt, but pharaoh in terms of intellectual power, intellectual strength. Him alone has fought back everything that the Europeans told us for 400 years to subjugate us. So ultimately it's STEM. Ultimately it's STEM. Ultimately it's STEM, it's science and engineering. And recently, our classrooms, our university systems, our secondary schools, I can go very deep into this, but I need not do that because our panelists will probably clarify that a little bit more. How does Africa then engage this STEM space? I'll give you an example. It's often mentioned that in 1960, around independence, the Koreans had just been fighting their North-South War, Korean War, so they were really backwards, self-destroyed. Ghana and Cameroon were giving them aid, helping them to stand on their feet. What makes the difference today that Korea can be where it is, unlike African countries, or unlike the Cameroon and the Ghana? Look at the phone you use, Samsung phone. The Samsung alone is made in Korea. That's how they got the prominence. That Samsung phone, imagine the amount of STEM involved in making that phone. Samsung company alone, its labor force is over 200,000 people. Its workforce is as a company, 200,000 people, of which, my brothers and sisters, over 40,000 are computer scientists alone. Just computer scientists for that one company, over 40,000 that they employ. So every button you see there, every small thing there is a team of hundreds of computer scientists working on each aspect of that phone. That's how they could make a phone to rival Apple and dominate the global telecom industry. How many schools, how many universities in Africa can produce 1,000 computer scientists a year? 1,000 computer scientists a year to compete with one Chinese company or one Korean company, much less China, much less the US. So we want to have a conversation here that will start clarifying for us that the Africa we want, the free trade area that says Africa should industrialize itself now and be internally competitive, that unable to break out the political barriers, let's break out the commercial and trade barriers among ourselves and with each other more than with foreign partners. How do we retool our educational system to give us those competencies? Our ministries of education and scientific research on the continent, what policies, what are the competencies on the table to understand these global dynamics and give us the kind of education that we need to have what we may call someday an African century? Well, today we are joined by a good panel, and we are very happy and should I say lucky or proud that some of the leaders in this field have accepted to join us in this conversation. Conversations are not idle talk. They illuminate the mind. They give us a roadmap to rethink some things that otherwise will not occur to us. They support policy people to revise their thought processes and what they're envisioning for themselves and their countries. The COVID pandemic that we're just passing through has substantively altered global reality. Global reality. Everything is going virtual. Commerce, education, governance, the whole system is going virtual. What does it mean? It means that countries with more STEM capacities, with more skills in the virtual world, computational scientists, they will dominate the immediate and long-term future. It means that the Africa we want, the common free trade area, the tools that will enable Africa to integrate, that are technological, that will be virtual. If we don't have those competencies coming out of our own university systems and high schools, we cannot navigate that space. Someone else will do it for us. And by so doing, they will control us further. So virtual systems now dominate the immediate and medium global future, from China to the US to Africa. How are our university systems positioned What are their thought processes? What are they thinking about this? Are they reactionary or are they proactive? Who are the competencies on the table, from the diasporas to those our leaders on the continent? Who can at least tell us where Africa stands in this picture? Friends, we are again humbled to be joined by 4 people who may help us understand where Africa stands. One, in this narrative of a changing landscape on how the world does business, virtual modes. You and I now don't travel, we're meeting right here. How are African ministries thinking about this? Some of us here, some of our colleagues here, interact very well with both policy and practice on the continent. The issue of digitizing the continent has been on the table for so long. Some countries have, quote unquote, ministries of ICT. What does it mean to digitalize the continent? Is it just owning a phone, or is it all the fiber optics that must run the whole system to enable the kind of high tech we need? The COVID came and caught some governments off guard. The national telephone companies could not respond by giving the kind of digital infrastructure that would enable universities go online quickly. Some did eventually do something. We don't know all of them. Our colleagues here would help us as they can on that. But what are the digital frontiers on the continent? Our higher education systems, our universities, our secondary schools, our examination, our curriculum, our pedagogy, our practices on the continent. Are they still laggards, thinking yesterday for tomorrow's needs, or are they rethinking and retooling themselves? Michael V. Roberts told us, who wants yesterday's thought processes and technologies for tomorrow's reality? What are we doing on the continent? The diaspora is vast. We have, in the US alone, over 20,000 African-born academics teaching in US universities. You add the African-American, that's 100,000 plus academics. You add the HBCUs, historically Black and the universities. That's 100 of those schools combined. That's Africa's 6th region. Are our colleagues on the continent reaching out to us or not? For over 20 years, African governments have had a diaspora discussion on the table. Almost every government has a diaspora program in their Prime Minister's office or in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 20 years, we don't see one movement. Could our university system do differently? Are they thinking of doing differently? We have to confront these as mature intellects on the continent, not just in terms of simply buzzwords and repeating what others say. Where does Africa stand? And where can our leaders lead us to? So I wouldn't take a moment myself to introduce our speakers in their bio. They're very rich bios. I'm sure you can read them on our website or on the program. But I would just go by name and ask, as we had done in the program, if our speakers could please each take about 5 minutes to, first of all, briefly introduce yourself, let the audience know you, and then make a few remarks, opening remarks on what you think about this topic broadly. And then that would take what you think or what you do or your take on this. 4 speakers times about 5 minutes, it's about 20, 25 minutes we'll take for that. Our summit is supposed to be about 90 minutes. We'll hopefully have a very robust conversation following that. Let me start by introducing, and my colleagues, you see the power on the table. I know all of them personally, even though our team on the Africa's Brain Bank has made a choice, I know all of them personally. Let me start by introducing, you see there in red, Professor Olusola Oyewole. I first knew him in 2014 when he was the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Agriculture in Abeokuta in Nigeria. I visited him there on some other project. He recently became, just yesterday, officially, the Secretary General of the Association of African Universities. And that's the largest consortium of African universities, 400 plus of them. So if you want to talk of African higher education, this is where we start thinking about that for that community. Anything from Cape Coast to Dakar, you would have that. What is happening? What are the conversations with our vice chancellors, with our deans of engineering or other departments, with our research systems, all of that together. Hopefully, Professor Olusola would give us some comments on that and take your questions as they will. After him would be Dr. Rose Ghana Fomban-Leke. I've known her as I could say mother, but you know, in our own humility, we want to be complimentary to the ladies. We don't want to make ladies look more aged than they are. She's a very young lady, but she's a leader on STEM on the continent. Not so long ago, a winner of the Nkrumah Award, Africa's premier science award offered by the African Union. She's a faculty in the medical sciences, a strong researcher. It's hard to talk science, especially women in science on the continent or globally, without mentioning Professor Leke. And she's coming to us from Yaoundé, Cameroon. Followed by Professor Robert Bafour, who has done plenty of work. He was formerly Vice Chancellor of the University of Technology in Ghana. You can see whatever STEM training before joining the faculty at the University of Georgia in Athens, Georgia, down south in the US. Followed by him would be Dr. Mustafa Diak, one of our leading, not only diaspora, but US leading experts on online education. Everybody's going online. I now teach mathematics. Everything is online. From my class, from my notes, everything. I barely come there, speak for 10 minutes, and they go online and do their thing. Everybody's going online. So the work that the Southern universities in the US as a consortium has been doing to collectively go online, bring online education to their systems. STEM education, systemically, operationally, everything. The AAU is here. You have competencies here that can take a whole consortium online if you want to. At least they can guide you in that process. So I would ask our panelists to please take about 5 minutes, make a few comments. Let us know where this conversation goes. I don't own the topic, you own it. Mine was just to give an intro and suggest to you that let's have a robust conversation. This video, this program is being recorded live. It will be online for the global African world to see what the leaders in their community, a transatlantic conversation, a trans-Africa conversation, diaspora on the continent are having about what Africa needs to go beyond humanities as narrowly defined in the industrial age, social sciences as narrowly defined in the industrial age, to the world that now is dominated by scientific competencies. How does Africa engage that? How do our university systems play a role? What does it mean for our students? What does it mean for our professors to retrain them, to provide the infrastructure, the research labs, everything that you need for Africa? Let's start a conversation. Let me call on Professor Olusola to please make his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nkem Kuba, for that introduction. It's a pleasure to be invited to make my contributions on this subject of digitalization of African educational system. I'm going to make my contribution based on the 4 or 5 issues that had earlier been raised to those of us who are speakers on this panel. The first one is, how is African educational sector positioned within emerging transitions to remote and hybrid remote work practices? I will say clearly that Africa, indeed, African higher education system, was not prepared for digitalization before the COVID-19 pandemic. Following our experiences, African education system is just trying now to position itself with the emerging transition to remote and hybrid remote work practices. The people may ask the question, what are the limiting factors in Africa to digitalization? Number 1 is the inadequate energy, or what I call epileptic energy in Africa that has militated against digitalization. We also have challenges with infrastructure. Beyond that, people have talked often about the high cost of bandwidth in Africa, which is limiting digitalization of the African higher education system. I will not but mention too that teacher quality is very important. And then leadership is a big factor. And the other question is, how have African ministries that have overseen functions responded to the shift over towards online delivery of teaching and learning. I was surprised, and indeed, I need to mention that it was found out that despite the COVID-19 pandemic, there are still some legislative factors, there are some acts in many institutions in Africa that limits them only to face-to-face teaching. And when the demand for online teaching comes up, they have to resort to their Ministry of Education to see if they are permitted. I need to confess that this type of support that they need, legislative support to change the art of university or institutions so that they can become digitalized, has not really been forthcoming. But for sure, many institutions are no longer waiting on their ministries because the reality of the time is that the old face-to-face teaching and learning system can no longer help us. The third question that I will address is, could we say that COVID-19 had pushed the frontiers of digitalization and ICT and modern technology infrastructure in Africa? The truth is, yes. COVID-19 has pushed African institutions to the reality that they cannot continue with the way they've been doing before. But I need to mention that institutions in Africa need help for them to really become digitalized. For example, African institutions still need an African Coordinating Center for digitalization of the African system. And I'm, as the Secretary General of AAU, let me confirm that AAU is offering itself to serve this particular purpose. Institutions in Africa also need to be motivated to upgrade their infrastructures. Many of us may probably not know what to do. This is an area that we need to be concerned about. And connected to this particular meeting, we need to create a virtual brain bank to serve as repository of African intellectual capital, where institutions in Africa can key into and connect to their own needs. Right now, not many people know about the expertise that is even available in the whole in Africa. We need a database of African intellectuals, not just those in the diaspora alone, but of those who are in Africa. These are important issues that we need to address. And lastly, before I end up my introduction, the question is, how has the transition to remote and hybrid remote impacted on productivity of African scientists and researchers within the past 1 year? Exchange of ideas through virtual conferences has really enhanced African institutions. When you look at it, South-South collaboration has really been enhanced greatly through digitalization within the past 12 months. Remote access to intellectual contents has really improved following the COVID-19 challenges. Graduate studies has also been enhanced because there is now opportunity for one to supervise students through virtual means. Lastly, I think we will talk about this, what the diasporas can do. We will talk about this by the time the discussion goes on. I want to thank you for this introductory opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Olushola. Dr. Leke, would you mind unmuting and making your remarks, please? Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm unmuted. Yes, I am. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Just want to thank the organizers for inviting me to say something on this very important topic about, digital education, Africa, and so on. I listened. It was very inspiring listening to Dr. Roberts. And then the previous speaker also really brought up the point of that database of African intellectuals, something we're hoping, not only for the diaspora, but also in Africa. Points that are really very close to my heart. Yes, I'm based in right on the continent. And I think the previous speaker has brought up problems that we have You can have all the equipment and everything. Connectivity is usually number one problem. You know, students we're getting there. Digitalization is coming in, but there are challenges. He has brought up some. What I would like to, for the last years, I've been working a little bit on the gender side too for STEM, trying to get younger African women scientists, you know, to meet up at least somewhere with the men, work with the men also, but with the younger ones. But I'd like to bring up some, you know, the challenges that there are. It's, if you see that we have about 15 to 20 million Africans that graduate from high school every year, but only about 2 to 3 million of them can find slots in higher education or universities of, you know, vocational training. So to match, you know, what we see in India as the rate of higher education, we will need to build 50 schools the size of Harvard University every year for the next 20 years. And this is definitely not realistic. So we really need to find a different approach to scale up higher education in Africa. That is needed. And we count a lot on the diaspora to help for this. Digital then has to be the answer. And we're starting to see this happening across Africa. It's starting. If you take the example of the African Leadership University, which is an example, it has been set up to innovate higher education in Africa. They have a campus in Mauritius, one in Rwanda with about 1,500 to 2,000 students across both campuses. And were recognized 2 years ago as the most innovative company in Africa and one of the top 50 most innovative companies in the world, along with companies such as Apple, and that was the only university on the list. To tell you now what digital is coming to in Africa. It will be important for us to continue to leverage digital to transform and to scale up higher education across the continent. We in Cameroon, we have what we call the ICT University. I don't know if you've heard about it, of Dr. Victor Barika, has set this up in Cameroon and in other countries in Africa. And I think examples like that should follow with what he has tried to do. You know, digital is great. We in Africa would be really pleased. I mean, more and more, they're trying. The students are learning. The ministry is doing its best. In my country, as I know, the ministry gave computers out to students, encouraging students for digital education in all forms, especially now with the COVID-19 that has come in, making social distancing and all these measures where people can get together much. So in this position now, we need much more of the digital, but we do need, you know, the help not only from the country, but the diaspora itself should be coming into help. And I'm glad to hear you all discussing this and seeing the ways by which you can come in. In Cameroon, we have, I don't know whether Nkem Kumba knows about the Diaspora Commission that we had when they had in Parliament, the last time it met, set up some commission where the diaspora was in there. And that's how I think the country is trying to get the diaspora involved in not only education, but in other sectors also. So that is really encouraged. I think I will stop there for now, and my 5 minutes must be far off, but then I could come in and talk again. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you very much, Professor Leke. Thank you very much. Your remarks reflect why we respect you so much in this space and for all the work you do. Let me now go on to Dr. Robert Balfour, please.
Hi, good morning, at least my time here in Georgia. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the group today. Before I state that though, I was the Vice President of Ghana Telecom University College and not the Vice Chancellor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I wanted to correct that. Now, to start my little talk, this 5 minutes talk, I'm going to start from this direction. About 10, 11 years ago, I was in Ghana as, of course, the vice president of GTUC, and we got a $50,000 grant from an agency here in the US. It was a combined grant between my university, the Obafemi Awolowo University in Ife, Nigeria, and MIT here in the United States. And the purpose was simple: to find a way to digitize academic resources to support engineering education in West Africa. I conducted a small meeting with all the rectors of the polytechnics in Ghana, and it was surprising to me that I had so much opposition from the rectors because they did not see the need for online resources. And that brings me to, in essence, I'm talking of leadership who did not see the future. When COVID came in, most of our academic infrastructure did not work. And as we speak today, some universities still think that sending PowerPoint files through emails to the student is online education. That is what online education is in most African schools. And that brings me to the issue Professor Olusola said. He talked about leadership and quality instruction, as in quality faculty. The question that I have for all of us, though, is who are the leaders of our continent working for? If you take the president, the minister of X, the minister of Y in our countries, who are they working for? Are they working for themselves or they are working for the countries? And I think you all know the answers. And that is why we are not doing so well. And that brings me back to why African Brain Bank is significant. But the question, though, is, can we do remote project from here? We also know that that will not work. And so we, as the diasporans, need to find a way to penetrate the system. The way to penetrate the system is not to go there and set up projects and try to manage them from here. And so hopefully this will come back as we discuss this. Generally, I want to talk maybe 2 minutes, talk about STEM. And I'll give you a good example. About 3 years ago, Ghana decided to change their mathematics curriculum at the high school and primary school level. The curriculum was changed, but they are still teaching some legacy material that do not support the development of any nation. I did mathematics, I'm an engineering professor, and since I took number basis way back in secondary school, I don't think I've ever seen the application of number bases like convert base 3 to base 2 and then base 2 to base 5 anywhere in my academic work. So the question is, why are our students learning this stuff? I'm not against teaching general stuff, but it appears our leaders don't see the future the way we want to see the future. And therefore, as we sit here as leaders, as diasporans, to make sure that the continent Africa will work, I think we need to look at this simple hypothesis. And I'm going to craft this simple hypothesis from what Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said when Ghana got independence in 1957. He said, today, Ghana is free. And the black man will show the rest of the world that the black man is capable of running his own affairs. That was 1957. Fast forward to today, if that was a hypothesis, with all the data that we have, with all our roadway infrastructure, our internet infrastructure, our broadband, our bandwidth, our quality faculty, institutions and stuff, do we have this data to support the hypothesis that Kwame Nkrumah put together in 1957? The answer is what all of us will ponder on as we discuss the future of our continent. I'll rest here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Balfour. We'll surely pick up on some of your themes. Professor Mustafa Diak, Nangadef.
Mangi Firek, and I wanted just to send some greetings from Louisiana, Baton Rouge in Louisiana. And I wanted to correct also that that is Professor Diak, that is not Dr. Diak. I know that's not a bigger deal, but I wanted just to make that correction. And in terms of quick introduction, I cite former Vice President for Online Learning Services. I am currently associated with the doctoral program in Science Math Education. I wanted to say that because we have Professor Bakayoko, who's there and who initiated that very, very successful PhD program here in the United States. And I have a research group there that focus on digital education and research. Beside that, I want to just to add that I am associated with two organizations, Skill Commons and the Merlo organization, where I am right now the H5P technology project director. H5P is really a new technology that enable, practitioner to develop online resources really for teaching and training. So I have a research on that, and I am directing really our initiative. And also when it comes to Skill Common, I am really the senior manager for workforce development for Africa. So I wanted to add that because it just frames a little bit to our topic today. And since I have 5 minutes, I'm just going to go very, very fast and touch on some elements here. Starting with, let me just put my clock here. I really wanted to challenge the World Bank estimate for a need of 100 billion for a digital transformation of Africa by 2030, because I know that it was listed on our panel really summary in here. And I contend that we may need less time, less than 10 years to do it. I don't want to touch the money though at this point. But if we strategically leverage three global movements I am associated with and are related to number one, open license to technology tools. Years ago, it was quite frankly a challenge for, African institutions to be able to develop learning environment. Now we know that it is free for adoption and deployment pending a prepared workforce. I take just one example of one of those management systems that is adopted by 85% of institutions in Africa, which is Moodle. You know, I can buy today, deploy a learning environment to learn a virtual university without a dime in my pocket somehow, just by leveraging tools that are available there. The second one is what I call the open access to scientific publication. You know that President Obama mandated in 2013 in the US, expanding public access to the result of federally funded research. This had a lot of development really now. And that led to one initiative, for instance, that is called the Directory of Open Access Journals, where we have 80 languages, 129 countries are, involved in building that directory. Right now, we have more than 16,000 searchable journals, right? And as of today, as I am speaking right now, we have more than 6,588, 919 articles that are available there, touching all disciplines, of course, including the STEM. The third one that I would like really to touch on that is closer to me because I play a leadership at the national and international level, that is open education resources, and the open education practices that facilitate the adoption of free and quality multimedia resources to develop quality online resources in all, pretty much discipline, including, of course, really the STEM discipline. And really, I mean, I wanted maybe to touch on sharing some repositories I am working on right now, like the Merlo repository for higher education and K-12, the Skill Commons repository for workforce development, and open education practices, which is developing pedagogical practices to include all this, really, for development in higher education. I know that we're dealing now with the African Association Union right now, and I see a lot of value in trying really to include all this. Now, those are really some challenges that I'm putting in there, and I'm ready to debate and discuss also. I wanted just to say that we must also pay attention to emerging and transformative technologies such as machine learning, artificial intelligence, we talked about it, robotic, nanotechnology, and touched on by the welcoming address of Dr. Roberts earlier. Those are really something I wanted to frame on. But when it comes to the 5 themes of the panel that we open right now here. The first one was how African educational sector position with emerging transition to remote and hybrid. I do know that we need professional development initiative. We need to harness the skill set of the brain bank to be able to leverage these 3 movements that I discussed earlier. How are African ministries that are overseeing educational system respond to the shift toward online delivery? I think we need really, we are in the process here because of COVID, and that is unprecedented right now to see the building of digital infrastructure to deliver teaching and training that is going on through our continent right now is extremely, impressive to me. All the countries right now, in terms of higher education, if we look at readiness to deliver digital education, I can assure you that we are not 100% ready, but we have made a leapfrog that is extremely, really important and very, very noticeable. Now, there are some other points really that we talked about there that frame the theme of our summit here. But since my time is up, I'm sure I would have the opportunity really to react to those. Again, thank you so much for this organization and for the opportunity to be part of this excellent panel and for my support to the Bread Bank. Thank you. I'm just going to stop here at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleague and fellow panelists, for your remarks. I know our audience, where some hands are up, they want to make some remarks, but let's circulate. Give me a moment. Let me circulate more among the panelists as they listen to each other and their thought processes. And I apologize to our colleagues if I missed a title or a particular appellation. We're together in this. We're together. It's a mission. And I shared a thought. Incidentally, one of the reasons why we're doing the Brain Bank is because much of data in Africa comes from the World Bank and the UNESCO and all these external institutions, some of which sometimes not very accurate. I have seen instances where a country like Cameroon or Mozambique, small countries that don't have much data, these international institutions, they may have more data, say, on an Asian country or Latin American country that's similar in terms of some indicators with these African countries. And they'll be able to transpose data from those countries onto Africa, some kind of transposition. So the idea of the Brain Bank also has to do with data for policy and for mutual understanding. So $100 billion, we may want to debate that. The World Bank has a role that is strong and for good or for worst. And they are very determinative on what Africa does. So it will be good to look at some of these things that define in the national discourse, in the policy arena. Who defines Africa and how accurate are they? That's a whole different conversation. But if I may turn around back to Professor Lushola, and I know Professor Leke had time, I'm not sure how much she has all together with us. We know Yaoundé is really late there. But if I will call on Professor Lushola to maybe make some comments, and then Professor Leke again before I get to the audience.
Thank you very much. There are some issues that I would want us to address. For example, how can we overcome the challenge of intellectual deficiencies among our professors or lecturers for digital delivery? We've also identified that there is poverty limitations among our students. I'm happy to hear from Cameroon that the Ministry of Education provided computers for their students. That situation is not so in many African countries. Indeed, many of our learners cannot claim that they own computers, which is very essential for digitalization. Then how can we overcome the challenge of the high cost of bandwidth in Africa? Why is it that Africa is negatively treated when it comes to the issue of the cost of bandwidth, making it difficult or costly for Africa to get access to bandwidth? And lastly, our political leaders. What can we do in Africa for our political leaders to see into the future? In all these challenges that I've mentioned, I will want to note that the diaspora they have important contributions to make. They can help in collaborating with Africa to overcome these limitations. We urgently need a database of the brain capacity that Africa has in different areas of STEM in the diaspora. We also need the same database for those of us who are in Africa so that we know who to contact in different areas. I think that we can, as mentioned by the keynote speaker, these are fears that we can eliminate. We should not allow our fears to limit us. Let us come together and see how we can overcome these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Leke, please, if you will. If you have any comment, if you don't, I can go around. But I thought your time was not unlimited. You're muted, please.
Okay, thank you. No, I still go on again to emphasize on the point. You know, the leadership, once the government, like it's a presidential offer to all the students in higher education in Cameroon, 1 computer per student. That did happen. And so that's a way, at least the government, for me, trying to encourage this digital education. And now that was even before COVID. Now with COVID coming in, and then you have now his teaching is online. So that has helped the students very much. The challenge that I said there was the connectivity, the internet. You know how, I mean, it's been mentioned by my predecessor about, you know, the electricity costs, the connectivity. You look around the world when you talk about connectivity, when you see the world shining, and when you get to Africa, you see those dark places and little dots in some places. So there's still that problem of connectivity. One thing I like to bring here is now, at least with COVID, what it has brought up, you know, how can we have, like in Cameroon now, I know we have the Diaspora Commission, Parliament, and so on, I said, but many of these professors that are in the diaspora should be now faculty members. That's the idea I try to bring with, you know, digital university. Could be faculty members, offer their services and do some teaching also. Now that it's all mainly digital, online, they can offer the services to the universities on the continent and help as part of the faculty. I'd really like to see that happen. And that's why I encourage that part also of having that, what did he call it? The, having all the, the universities together, having what that professor, database, yes, is the word I'm looking for, of these African intellectuals that can really join on faculties on the continent and do some of this digital training, which will really help our students that are there. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you. If I may follow on that, Professor Leke, that touches on what Professor Balfour mentioned earlier about digital working from a distance or not. So it's something that we've touched upon. China has often been mentioned, and I don't say this always copy from outside, often been mentioned on how fast, after Mao Zedong's passing in 1978, it's barely been 40 years. Look at China becoming #1, competing with the US. By 2007, Mao Zedong passed away. It was a tight system, almost like our leaders of the continent now. By 2007, half of all university vice chancellors in China were diasporas who were asked to return. They didn't come on their own accord. The government reached out to them, gave them incentives. It's hard to imagine a diaspora landing at an airport and asking, what do I do? The mechanisms in place are the purview of the receiving party. The resources are the purview of the receiving party. We have sometimes thought that our governments are not interested in this because, as you mentioned, Cameroon Parliament probably have a commission on this. I've worked with Cameroon government since 2007 about diaspora activities. I've been to many of them. I've interacted with prime ministers and the ministers. Almost every African country, again, has a diaspora commission in the foreign ministry. Nothing has come out of it. Our leaders come here, they don't even meet with their diaspora. They don't even have a conversation with their diaspora. So there's a difference between policy and talk and actions over so many years. One of our hope is that, Professor Olusola is here. Many of us are academics. Can a university system that's not political do better than the governments? Can they themselves, instead of just asking diaspora to do this, What do they on the ground do for diasporas to come around and do that? To invite them back. China has a program right now. They come to the US every year, and recruit their top 1,000 and take back. They don't say, come and do us this by online. They don't say, come and send us money online. They actually come and recruit them, incentives. Go and build your careers back in China. Bring your knowledge back. We on the continent are at the point where we want people to work, but without giving them space to work from a distance, from your comfort over there. With some of us think that there's a real thing that I think the AAU and the academic world should engage. They can be non-political. I think politics is an overtone on that. Otherwise, we would have seen more progress. Korea does the same. Israel, the countries that are quote unquote moving into middle or upper income. Their diaspora comes back physically and bring their brains, their network, their research, grant writing, their whatever you call it. They're not disconnected from the developmental realities of the continent. So I say this from my experience to say maybe our colleagues here can tell us, can say, beyond calling on the diaspora to do this, what can we ask our governments, our universities who are here represented, to say, you do this so we can come to you. We have here, we are interested, we want to do this. We have all these competencies that you all keep telling us where this region. How then do we bring them to you? What kind of platforms can we create so that this can be channeled appropriately into the classroom, beyond will, beyond policy on paper, beyond conversation, some practical realities that can be implemented? I don't know if anybody has any comment on that at all. Mr. Balfour.
Can I add one
thing? Okay, and then Professor Balfour. Yes, please.
You want
Professor Leke, please, and then Professor Balfour.
Okay. I didn't know you gave me the floor. I just wanted to add on to remember that I said I really don't know that particular commission, but it has happened. There is a commission in Cameroon. I don't know if they're in other countries on the diaspora. They came themselves. They attended the parliament. They were there, and there is a leader for this. I don't have his name, which I could check and get you to know that. So that is happening already. I think more things should happen. And then I mentioned the second thing to you, how somebody in the diaspora like Professor Victor Mbarika has come out and put an ICT university, which is digital, and which is happening in Cameroon, and what other members in diaspora can also help in those directions. I think those are the 2 points I wanted to bring. Others can maybe, come in and chip in. What you're saying is very correct. How do we move forward in that direction? Who goes to who and who does what? Very good.
Exactly. Well, summarize, Professor Leke. Professor Balfour.
Yeah, in this modern world, we need to quantum leap. We cannot do things in such incremental and little states. The name diaspora ministry, diaspora unit, diaspora, they are there in most African countries, but they do not work. And this is the reason why. For me, for the past 20 years, I've spent about 40% of my time living in Ghana, permanently, moving around the continent. And I have had the bruises to show. Many years ago, I went to Ghana. I was living in Ghana, and I said, look, I'm a professor in the US, and I can come here and support this university for 2 years before I go back for free. The vice chancellor then said, well, I was actually going to go to Nigeria to find somebody to come and teach these courses, but please go talk to so-and-so professor. And I went there, had a meeting with this professor. 20 years ago till now, I'm still waiting for the paperwork to be able to go and teach to support that institution. Just today, I got a text from one of my colleagues in Ghana. Interestingly, I sent a WhatsApp to him yesterday and said, how are you doing? Because I spent part of my summer with them. And I said, I would like to support the PhD students. At the minimum for now, I can take 2 PhD students. And he said, I'll get back to you. So hopefully that's going to happen. But the bottom line is, and this is a fact, the ministry of this, the ministry of that, they are all there. And these are, just like the Republican says, Republican in name only, Rhino, these are offices there doing pretty much nothing. That is what our continent has become. And that goes back to what Professor Olusola said. Leadership. Our leaders are not working for the continent. Look, when they get to this position, they forget about the continent. And that is a fact. If you look, for those of you who are currently in Africa, you know that is the truth. If you are enjoying it, you may say that is not the truth. But We all know that our continent is not working very well because our leaders are not interested in fixing the country. One, why should we expect a diasporan to come and invest in the country while we have so much money in the country? Look, if you go to your country and the road in front of your house is not good, that road is a house by a minister sitting somewhere in the village. If the water system is not very well, that water system is a house or multiple cars that is owned by a politician. That is the reality of life. So for us diasporans, we need to find a strategy not to try to fix the problem in Ghana, but to maybe find a group in Ghana, Africa, anywhere on the continent that can really make this happen. All the discussion we are doing, I'm glad. And I have a few points I'll bring up in the future as we discuss this. But I think the issue is our leaders. The issue in Africa is our leaders. Everything, internet bandwidth. Look, the last point I'm going to make is, like Rose did mention, bandwidth issue. Professor Olusola talked about bandwidth issues. Why do we depend solely on the companies to provide bandwidth, knowing very well that they don't have the capacity? And the Ghana government, the Nigerian government, the Cameroonian government, they are not doing much. You know, they can supply laptops and computers for that is fine. But if you supply the laptop and the person stays in a very small village, there's no band. What is the value of the laptop for digital education?
Yeah,
yeah.
Could I have one word?
Yeah, Professor Diallo, let me get Professor Jack. He's on the panel, and I'll get to you.
Oh,
Yeah. I want just to really thank you for having at least done something, because you see the panel that you gathered really for this conference. I'm looking forward really to have, for instance, a working group that's going to be continuing this discussion really as we go, because you have seriously some expert here. I am going to do everything that I can to be in touch with them and to work with them. Now, to come back to Leke, mentioning, for instance, really the story of Dr. Mbarika. If you talk to Dr. Mbarika, tell Dr. Mbarika, hey, I was in a panel with Professor Mustafa Diak, and I'm going to let him tell you my contribution to setting up the virtual ICT university that you're talking about. I've been, as a matter of fact, in Cameroon to support the initiative of launching such a university. We have the capability of doing many of those things in Africa. And I'm looking forward to working with any person on this panel, including really, the AAU. We have a lot of things to do. We have a lot of possibility to do it. The problem is really connecting people together. And this is really a work that you have done. I wanted to add some stuff there. Going back and teaching in Africa, trust me, I have a lot of my colleagues mentioning to you how difficult it is. It's an extreme challenge. I have the chance to launch the Virtual University of Senegal, but even now, to contribute to Africa in Senegal to teach courses, that have been extreme, really challenges there. I'm hoping that the bank and AAU can start a reflection of how this can be facilitated. And to close on this, really, and this is really to contribute a little bit to what our president of the AAU mentioned, like the creation of the database, to identify, people working in given, area and being outside of Africa. How can we leverage them? I think a database can work. But I would like also to challenge him, at least for AAU, to start a research as soon as possible so that we document a little bit the transformation that had been brought here by COVID. We have a lot of things going on in our country there, in our continent. We need to have a clear understanding, what kind of research is being built right now by government, the institution. How are we leveraging, for instance, online education, digital education? How our students are really learning in this period, really at this point. If we have to do a research design on that, you have a volunteer here. Let me know. I would love to work with you. I am sure somebody like Dr. Bakayoko as well can help on designing some data collection so that we can publish something that tells us where we are. I think that would be really, something that we need to do. Thank you so much. I wanted just to add those points very quick. Thank you.
Sure. I see Professor Bagayogo has been.
Yes, I thank all these panelists for every single one of them has made significant contributions already. I just wanted to make a short comment about the position of Dr. Bafuru. I want to share first his frustration with some government individual throughout the continent. However, I want to let him understand, and everybody else know, that there is a key thing to understand, that in every dysfunctioning government, there are individuals, and this is mathematically proven by I don't want to go into the detail, but the central limit theorem tells us, you are a mathematician, so you know, in every single one of those governments, there are individuals who, if we work through them, we may actually succeed in getting some answer more than we expected. So therefore, while I agree with the sentiment, Mali was one of the first to have what you call a full ministry since 2013 of Mali and the diaspora, full ministry since 2013. But the last 2-3 years, one would ask the question, I was the first one to ask the question, that ministry, it is for what? And so forth. However, the changes happening right now, we have made a connection in such a fashion that we are going to put it on track sometime soon in order to do what it was intended to do. So I just wanted to say that to have the frustration is all right, but let's not quit. We have a way around it by connecting, by working together and working with the one who are doing it correctly and disseminating that example. That's one of the ways also to wake up some government. When we are not doing that, tell them, oh, your neighbor government here are doing this and that. What is your position? I just wanted to make that comment as a way to go forward.
If I may follow up that with a comment, I think I need. To the credit of the AAU, here represented by Dr. Olushola, we did help them create a North America office 2 years ago with the intent. So the AAU, so African Universities, has a North American office that was established 2 years ago to engage both the diaspora and the American higher education enterprise as a whole. They've had 2 homecoming conferences, one just held last month, now it's October, that brings Africa's brain capacity on this conversation. It's led to so many good things on the continent. That touches on almost every aspect. So maybe we can now, if I may suggest, take 1 or 2 more questions and suggest that if we can, reflect and point towards possible action items, for example, the database. We'll talk about that towards the end of this conference, this summit, in about an hour or 2, about the idea of brain bank is that it's all about a database. The idea of brain bank, that's what we aspire, and we're glad to hear to know that our colleagues, both on the US and on the continent, they think similar. So the brain bank might be an avenue that we all out of here see as something to put a resource into, or at least some kind of support into. There's a hand up or 2 up. I cannot see them very well. Mustafa Jiak, Aminata Sise, is your hand up? Please unmute and make your comment. Please, if I may, if you're making a comment, do well to think over the comment. Make it 1 minute so we don't have more speeches to cloud up our panelists. Be precise, concise. 1 minute, please, and no more, for all your comments and questions, if you don't mind, please.
Okay. Thank you. I am Dr. Aminata Sise. I am a teacher educator residing in the UK, but I'm originally from Sierra Leone. I'm actually looking at the question you have asked, whether the universities in Africa will do better than the politicians. And as an educator, I have had similar frustrations like others have had in trying to go back to Africa and help. From 1991, when I was doing my master's, I made many attempts to help to work with the ministry. I've been in positions to send books to this country and all that sort of thing. Now, but to cut matters short, I think when you're thinking about collaboration, we have to think of the sustainability of projects and programs. Politicians usually make education as a football, irrespective whether it's in Africa or the West, because everybody wants to put their mark on education when they have these political positions. So, in the light of that, in the light of the instability of government in Africa, I think it would be a better suggestion to work with the universities and leverage, as Dr. Bagayoko said, to try and identify people who want to work with the diaspora in their different disciplines. I am open to working with, particularly with Dr. Diak and Dr. Bagayoko, because I'm a STEM specialist. And my current project is looking at large-scale disruptions, addressing learning loss, recovery, and continuity. And I'm not only looking at the pandemic, I'm actually looking at all sorts of large-scale disruptions, like what is happening in northern Nigeria with banditry, what is happening with civil wars in Africa, and so on. Through virtual means, we can actually support a huge number of students as well as teachers. My focus at the moment is actually training teachers to deliver mobile learning or blended learning to a large number of students. I recently trained 45 teacher mentors who are going to train 2,000 teachers to deliver mobile learning. So it's really, really important that we focus on that and we work with the universities and higher education and high schools, but we focus more on teachers because they are the most important resource in all of this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me see. Any other question from anybody? All right. So, sure, Professor Lushola.
Yes. One area that I think we need to work upon is in the mentality of our African academics. Many of them are resistant to academics from the diaspora. I think it's high time we recognize that with the digital era, African academics on grounds cannot do it alone. It's high time we encourage departments and faculties to create room in their faculties for the diasporans who will work virtually from wherever they are in the world. We need to work on the African academics at home. I've also noted that the issue of a database of the African intellectuals is very important. I promise you in AU, we are getting committed to that, and you'll be seeing what we will do on that very soon. Thank you.
Very good. You have a partner in the Africa's Brain Bank. That's the whole idea of the Africa's Brain Bank. And you can see what we do here. The diaspora competencies is on the table at your disposal. Maybe one of the outcomes of this conversation can be thoughts towards a partnership to implement that. Bagayoko and Diak are there. We're here. The competencies are broad. I mean, there is the Carnegie Foundation sponsored Africa's Diaspora Fellowship Program. Our colleague Paul Zeleza out of Nairobi. So there are a few, that's externally funded. There's the addiction from our colleagues on the continent. As you were saying, I think that's an elephant in the room, the mindset of our colleagues on the continent, like our governments. We have these conversations, but they're not open to us. And I note very well, Professor Lushola, that you also reference the digital system as a way of working with our colleagues. The issue of boots on the ground still doesn't come up very prominently. That space, I think when we see other countries around the world that have made progress from agrarian to strongly competent scientific systems, they have had boots on the ground. They didn't do it virtually. They had boots on the ground. They had a quota, call it quota or anything that they actually had colleagues come back and teach. Their nationals, their own nationals come back. So Professor Bafo, you and then our ambassador, follow your comments.
Okay, this is to Professor Olushola. And also, I know Professor Kumba mentioned the Canadian African Diaspora Fellowship Program. I have been fortunate to receive, I've been a fellow for 2 times. And actually on Wednesday, I'm going to DC to present a paper, and I will share the paper with everybody on this panel. I will send it to Pamela so that you can get it. This is about a small business I've developed, and African Brain Bank is part of it. It's pretty much similar to part of what African Brain Bank is doing. All I want to do is to recruit as many professors and professionals in the diaspora to go back and support the continent remotely, because most of us will not go back and settle there. That one I know. And to start this, last year, I worked with the AAU to train about 200 professors and graduate students on dissertation writing and research methods. And I'm going to challenge Professor Olushola, who, and by the way, congratulate you for your new appointment. But I'm going to challenge you to go and find out what has happened to what we plan to do to create the database that you're talking about, to expand this knowledge. Look, I have a professor on this platform right now as you speak, who is from Cameroon, a very smart guy. He is actually training people in China. The question that I have for all of us is, has any professor in Cameroon or in Africa called this young, smart guy to come and help him from remote? Nobody has done that, and that is a problem. So again, the data, I'm going to be working with our group I already have part of the database right now, because the Canadian African Diaspora, they have so many faculty who go to Africa in different parts and do. I have most of the names here. I've sent emails to them, communicated about what I'm trying to do. And I have people who have approached me to support the development of Africa. We wanted to work it through AAU, but that project of AAU is stalled. And I want to let you know so that at least we can take the initiative. And that is why I said, I don't want our meeting here to be by meeting only. There should be an action on the ground to show that, yes, the African Brain Bank has identified Professor X, Mr. J, to go to this country to support, and yes, they receive him or her, and it worked. Whether free or not, that's not the issue. And so that is what I want to contribute about. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Lance,
1 point. Could I make 1 point? Wait, just 30 seconds.
Yes, sure. Then for me.
Let's have Mr. Lance Jones, Professor Bagayoga, and then Professor Leke, in that order, please.
And I just had a quick question, Dr. Kumba. Maybe some programmatic steps and how those of us in the diaspora can take part, certainly by joining ABB and going to our website, www.africasbrainbank.com or .org. And then is there a way that either through the AAU or how can we participate and be part of this program?
Very well said. If I may now, Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, Professor Bagayogo.
Okay, so I want to say bingo to what Ambassador Lance just said, and I want to extend that to some professional and other who are on the continent who also can join Africa's Brain Bank. Having said that, I want to return to the comment of Professor Bafur again concerning and some other. In fact, Oyewole himself, the head of the AAU, that some colleagues have difficulties working with African members of the diaspora. To give you a living example, for 20 years now, from 2001 to now, 10 years, more than 10 years, I have been going to Mali every year to work with the Department of Physics. The Mali even had a program called Transfer of Knowledge through Expatriate National, to bring nationals from all over to work with the, but guess what? While the science unit, physics, chemistry, and so forth, were eager and calling for their colleagues to come, guess what? The non-science unit, there were some who adamantly refused to have anybody come, even though they were the one who had 2,000 or 3,000 students per faculty. Are you hearing me? 2,000 to 3,000 per faculty, but I don't want anybody to come help them. I figured out later why. It has to do with what we call supplementary hour or extra hour or whatever money we make in that process. So when you understand things, sometimes we can deal with them appropriately. But on the other hand, the physics and other area, even when the faculty went on strike, official strike, the physics faculty still came to have my program continue exactly as if nothing had happened. So again, to come back to what I said, even though we may have difficulty on this side, to always remember there are some other side where with whom we can work.
If Professor Leke, maybe I think Hannah was up, then I'll follow up.
Yes, yes. No, listening to you all and, being on the continent, I just want to say, it's true, we can blame the leaders, we can blame the professors, but there are things that are working. Let's be more positive. When I listened to Dr. Roberts this morning, is the way forward. Let's try and see how we can get positive. Don't forget also that people from the diaspora, maybe the ones at home, sometimes the way they act is as if people at the diaspora, professors, are at a different level. And those that we on the continent are at a different level. And, maybe sometimes they look at us as maybe lower or something. Think about that and the mindset also. Yes. And try what one has to do, I think, is to develop trust and confidence. Find one person that you could maybe, if you're interested in working with a university, link up with that department. And I'm sure you'll find someone that you can link with. You can, maybe, especially now that it's digital online, you can maybe help that person. I'm sure there are people out there looking for help, but it depends on your mindset and their mindset and how you will build the trust and confidence and not make anyone feel they're at a different level. That's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Sanfuno, I'll get to you in a minute. Yes, Professor Leke, I hear you very clearly. Actually, on the continental side, the diaspora, I think part of why our governments are reticent, that they also see the diaspora as a two-sided sword. There's a good diaspora in their minds and a bad diaspora. The diaspora is very politically active. And they don't come there only as academics and professionals to do their work. They come there as humans who want to impact society in ways that the sitting system might all make arguments or impose change, critique both around the performance and the competency of their colleagues on the ground. The systems are not very well. The competency of the system, political leadership, academic leadership, even the whole enterprise. So sometimes we come there too with a shoulders up attitude on one level, but also with political activism that actually might not be very good for the countries themselves. There are many wars that are blamed on diasporas across the continent. For good or for bad, that's not my judgment. But the reality is, on the continent, some wars, from Somalia to Cameroon to Guinea to everywhere, not only Africa, even the South America and Asia. The diaspora is a politically active being. So those are some of the nuances that we say, some of us end up saying, maybe the AAU, which is a non-political system, the academic and professional, can take the lead, can really shape this space beyond the political system, beyond the systems on the ground, and focus mostly on academic intellectual delivery without all the other nuances. And we will very well propose, and maybe out of this way forward, I know the AAU has homecoming meetings with the North America office. We can have with the African Breast Bank a targeted conversation with the Vice Chancellor to come up with the operational mechanisms of getting with the diaspora. The Vice Chancellor should be on the table, is their university. Even with their professors, their deans, some level of engaging this so that the mindset, Professor Olusola, that you mentioned, that has to be changed. The distrust, these dynamics, we have to engage them. Otherwise, again, we've had 40 years of diaspora conversations from ministries. We haven't gone too far. Many vice chancellors in our universities, our ministers of education, our heads of states who talk diaspora from the African Union to their governments, they come to the US, they don't visit with their diaspora. There's a disconnect there, but they recognize us as the future of the continent. As the future of the continent. If I may say this, not long ago, we proposed to the AAU, Professor Olusola, and incidentally, you are here representing that body. And you just came in. So it's at the table. We proposed to the AAU from the diaspora that the AAU should admit diaspora universities as members in this conversation. The HBCUs are 100 of them strong. Those are Black Americans. Those are your diaspora, your sixth region. Professor Mr. Roberts just spoke to us. He's a diaspora. Obama is a diaspora. You have all the diaspora competencies in the system. Don't distinguish me, the African-born, and the American-born historically. That's a diaspora. If you integrate the HBCUs as members of the AAU, the African Union itself has wanted to integrate the Caribbean as members of the African Union. Even though when Haiti applied to become a member, they turned it down finally. There's a mindset issue. Haiti applied to become a member of the African Union. The African Union itself turned it down. But for 20 years, from the days of the Leon Sullivan conferences, they've talked about diaspora. We are asking the AAU, include HBCUs, universities that have at least 50 members, 50% of their student population is African origin, is diaspora. Include them in your membership. They will change the conversation and bring their competencies on the table naturally, not disconnected. So we are willing to help facilitate a conversation with you, with the AAU Vice Chancellorship. There can be conversation between the presidents of HBCUs and presidents of African universities. We can have that dialogue to take away the distrust and create a kind of atmosphere that will lead to what we are saying being materialized. So for us, is as Professor Leke said, the way forward. What are ways that other countries have done that Africa could do and circumvent the political structures that are sometimes a concern about what diaspora means in the end? So that we really like to have this, in the end, yield some specific activities that we can engage. As Africa's Brain Bank or as colleagues on this conversation here, we are less inclined to conversations for conversation's sake. And I'm sure you all can guide us. These are all proposals and suggestions that we think we can look further into. Professor Ignatius Fomono, I think your hand is up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to the panel for a very stimulating discussion. And thank you, Dr. Professor Bafo, for the shout out. I'm sure when you mentioned the person who teaches in China, but I'm a professor here at the University of Tennessee in Chattanooga. And just to amplify what the other people have said, I think there's a need to create a body that's going to transcend national boundaries. So what I hope to come out of this, and I think what the ABB can play that role in cooperation or collaboration with the AAU, is the AAU? Yeah, the African University. Yeah. So that's the role that you can play to go past this distrust that many national governments, they look at the diaspora with a lot of suspicion. And so one of the things that I hope will come out of this is to have a multinational body that is going to transcend those national boundaries and leverage the, I guess, the resources and the abilities that are available and that are not being tapped into. Even here in the United States, the US government has recognized that there are certain shortfalls or deficiencies, if you will, in the workforce of the future. And so they instituted this program called the STEM. As a matter of fact, there was a conference that just wrapped up yesterday, put together by the AAAS and the National Science Foundation, which is focused on STEM. And I've been operating in that ecosystem now for the past 3 to 4 years. And the purpose of that program is actually to reach out to underrepresented minorities or females in engineering and bring up that workforce of the future. So there's a recognition there, and there's a lot of stuff that is going on that in terms of the programmatic elements and methods that are being developed through this process that this body can tap into. So we can say that the elevator is at the ground floor, and the ABB should tap into that system now while that program is being developed. And one of the things that can be done, how is this funded? This thing, the US Congress in 1998 passed a law that created this STEM program, the funding for this STEM program. And it was launched in 2004. Since then, 100,000 students have benefited from scholarship from this program. Even this lady who developed the the Moderna vaccine is a product of that system. Simeka Corbett, Dr. Simeka Corbett, she is a product of that system. You see, and if you remember, she's a minority. So there are minorities there who are capable of doing science that are not being given the opportunity, and that's what is African countries, are lacking. And so the Congress looked at that stuff and said, okay, if you are familiar with the H-1B visa, the fees that are generated from the H-1B visa is what is funding these STEM scholarships. So African governments at a regional or national level can create regional funds that are intentional to fund these kinds of programs that is going to promote STEM education and the workforce development, digitalization, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I wanted to just point out.
Yes.
Okay. I will get to you. Actually, our official time is 12:30. We had in my country here, we've gone 90 minutes, very stimulating conversation. I'm not sure we can go further. Permit me, audience, Mr. Jones, is your hand still up or that's from previous?
It's muted.
Dr. Kilmer, just want to thank you and the panelists. We went to the AAU, I think it's 2019, I believe it was.
Yes, 2019.
And there were many of the presidents and from HBCUs that attended that inaugural, that opening. And so I think the time is right. I agree with all of you. Despite what we think are the narrative that have been written for us, what we think of Africans, what Africans think of us, that is all myth. I would ask us not to even buy into that.
Yeah.
Those are man-made things by what I call the enemy. We're one people, and the HBCUs, I know from being the bodyguard of Congresswoman Alma Adams, who just put forth a resolution to get $20 billion for HBCUs. And that's being argued in Congress now. And so it is, I think, it's time to unite forces. That's what ABB does, to bring these things together. And so I just want to thank you, Dr. Kumba, and all the panelists and everyone that is with us. And I'll yield back to you, sir.
Also, Lucia, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Congress, the African-American Congresswoman, Alma Adams, the Black Caucus, they are pushing under the Harris administration that gives opening for strengthening minority communities. They are pushing for a $20 billion investment in HBCUs. Make them your membership. They are Africans like you, and each other will come to your system. Just pay attention to that.
You will see the actions that we shall be taking very soon.
They make them part of your membership. At the launch of the NAMO office in 2019, with that you were here with us, the consortia of HBCUs, they were on the table. They were on the table strongly. They are so eager to work with Africa. From Marcus Garvey to Luther King to the current crop of African-American leadership to Michael Roberts. Michael Roberts, we heard him speak today. He didn't get a Ghanaian chieftaincy title for nothing. His investments in Ghana are almost unparalleled. They want to invest in Africa. Can Africans now open avenue for them to bring that money and that competency and all those that we say the sixth region should bring to us? So there's lots that we can have this conversation and lead up to. In the interest of time, as inspiring as good, I can say everybody's still very active. Nobody's tired here. If I may just give our panelists maximum, let me say 2 minutes. And I said that humbly. I know you can speak for 1 hour more than me, but please, so just so that we'll wrap up. This is live on Facebook, by the way. It will be on YouTube. It will hopefully inaugurate at the beginning of a conversation. And to our colleagues and our friends, make this go viral. We want support. The ABB is nascent, but it wants to do things that the continent needs for its future. We mentioned there's a reason why we are talking to the AAU and looking at education. When we say Africa's brain bank, the brain is mostly the academic class, students, faculty. All our engineers, lawyers, the labor force of our continent come from its universities. That's the brain bank. Whatever the university does impacts the rest. The competencies that will run the governments that we say they are corrupt, that will run the industry, that will run the health system, they all come from our university system. So that's where we want to start the conversation. How do we do university system better so that the products better serve the continent? That's why we're starting here. So we do this intentionally, not by chance. I would now maybe ask our colleagues, the panelists only, please. If you have other questions, put them in the chat room. If you have other comments, forward them to us. We'll make them available to our audience as you may. But let's wrap this up so that the next session of the summit can continue. We don't want to take their time. So please, if I may, ×4, 2 minutes max. Thank you.
3 issues that I will put on board. Number 1, African and African higher education institutions need to digitalize at this time to be able to meet up with the challenges of the time. Number 2, Africa needs to leverage on the diaspora brain to be able to digitalize. And thirdly, please, we've not mentioned African youths. All the things we are saying now is to develop the future of Africa. Everything about digitalization has to do with the quality of the future leaders that we are building. Our youths in Africa needs help, and we need to ensure that they are not backwards to fellow youths in other continents. Thank you.
All right, Professor Leke, in that order of as we were, 2 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. I think, this has been really very fruitful, and starting out with Dr. Robert says for action. Action is really important. And like we said, STEM is so important now for the continent. I think the diaspora should really, really get involved. Despite the challenges, there are many challenges. Some are getting involved. We talked about some are getting involved. And they really should get involved at least, despite these challenges, to see the way forward for development in Africa in these areas. There are many ways they can do it. Let's not sit behind and blame whoever it is and so on. Let's move forward in this. It is very important. Get involved, diaspora, despite the challenges. That's just what I'll have to say. The continent needs you, whichever way it is, whether it's with the AU, whether it's individually with the institutions, in whatever way you can, the continent needs you. Please get involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Bafo?
Yeah, just for 2 minutes. This is what I would say. I think all what we are doing has to be implemented at some point on the continent. And the implementers will not be us generally. We may go and come, especially for those who are not willing to resettle back on the continent. And so how do we make sure that the implementation will be done? I mean, I think all of you on that platform will agree with me that if you start a business in the country of your origin or any part of the continent, and you sit back here on the continent, that business will never work. I've gone through that process many, many times. I'm not saying none of them will work, but most of them will not work. And so what I'm proposing is this. I'm proposing that, and this is a discussion that a colleague and I have been having, I think we need to have a very, very strong organization here in the diaspora that can raise as much money as we can so we can physically prosecute corrupt people on the continent. If you don't have the money, we cannot prosecute people. If you don't have money, we can prosecute politicians most of the time who are disrupting our ability to make things work. That is what I would say.
Let's move.
Thank you very much. And Professor Diak, enfin.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank again the organization for really this opportunity, basically to interact with colleague and expert, and obviously who just care about what our continent really. I'm just so blessed and to be part of this discussion. I am looking forward certainly to, continuing that discussion. That's my main worries here. After we finish today, what's going to be happening tomorrow? And I think interacting can help us maybe build a little bit more capacity and plans. Yes. I wanted to remind everybody that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. This is the reason why I share with you 3 movements there today. And I would like for us to pay attention. Where I am right now, and I can tell you, and I want to be very humble when I say that, I can, where I am right now in 1 week, build a virtual university in which the learning environment, I can adopt it right now from, open sources there. The content is already available for us to build courses and training in all STEM disciplines. I think we need to think about leveraging what is in there, building upon that, but just trying to get our skill set to prepare basically, our, African, faculty and all those in terms of professional development, mentoring, these are really going to be critical to us. And thank you so much for associating me to this initiative. And it was a very, very great, meeting. And I think I learned more than I have contributed. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thanks, Dr.
That's my younger brother.
Thanks for that you're hearing soon. May I please ask your permission? We are 40 minutes over the time that we're allocated. I want to very heartily, as the chairman of the Africa's Brain Bank, thank all participants, thank everybody on this forum, and invite you not to make this a conversation alone. Look out for our communications. We will be following up very shortly with some specifics that we think we can work on moving forward from here. Donate to the world, to this brain bank so that we can have the resources to get started. But either way, this has been very rich, and the comments on the chat box are self-evident. Professor Leke, Professor Olushola, Professor Bafo, Professor Jack, and all our colleagues, thank you very much and have a most pleasant weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very happy to have been part of this. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairman Dr. Kumba. You did not go above your time. You guys did awesome. You had up to 12:45, so you're just good. I'm looking for DJ Skipper. Okay, Skipper, are you there? Okay, but sorry, I just unmuted you.
Yes,
right.
I'm here.
Okay, Skipper is going to share a screen, and please don't go away. We have a comprehensive program. Our keynote speaker is yet to come, and of course, Dr. Bagayoko, who is fired up and ready to take Africa, is coming up too. So Skipper, go ahead.
Reverend Pam, I'm using an Apple machine, so I guess you
Okay, you want me to share it?
Yeah,
you want me to share?
Yeah, share from your end, please. Thank you.
Okay, start playing something, then I will share.
Okay. I'm moving on the excellent acclaim for a miracle day. I know I will shine for all the world to see, 'cause I am African man. You better sing me a song, light of my life, oh Africa. You better sing me a song, light of my life, oh Africa. You better sing me a song, sing me a song.
Okay, all right. I'm going to share the screen.
Sure, we can already see your screen.
I'm Morgan Freeman. Welcome to Africa's Brain Bank, the second annual fundraiser and meeting of leaders from across the globe. Before I go, I want to send a special thanks to my friend, Ambassador Lance Jones, and the board members of the Africa's Brain Bank for making this vision a reality. Please give to this most worthy cause, and remember, your donations are tax deductible.
Thank you, Reverend Pam. I'm the star up in the sky. I'm the mountain peak of high. Hey, I made it. I'm the world's greatest. I'm that little bit of hope. When my back's against the wall, I can feel it. I'm the world's greatest. Sango, Yesu Christ. Sango, Yesu Cristo. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I am the marching band. I am the people. I am a helping hand. I am a hero. I am the people's man. I am a savior. I am a marching band. I am a hero. Anybody ask you who I am? Just stand up tall, look him in the face and say, oh, look him in the face. I'm the star up in the sky. I'm the mountain peak of high. Hey, I made it. The world's greatest now. I'm the little bit of hope. When my back's against the road, I can feel it. The world's greatest. I'm the star up in the sky. I'm the mountain peak of high. Hey, I made it. The world's greatest now. I'm the little bit of hope. When my back's against the road, I can feel it. The world's greatest. Jehovah, I trust in you. Oh Lord, Jehovah, I trust in you. I believe you are the God of miracles. You are the God of wonder. You are the God so powerful. I believe. I believe. All African nations into the hands of God. Say, Jehovah, I trust in you. Oh Lord, Jehovah, I trust now in you. I believe you are the God of miracles. You are the God of wonder. You are the God who's powerful. I Africa's problem, putting all of Africa's issues in the hands of God. No matter what man will say, only God has the power to take the brains back to Africa. We must accept that at some point. So we say bye to all African problems, and somebody tap into the anointing real quick and make sure we bring the African problems in front of our only God. No matter who you believe in, I know we all have a being that we look up to. So take the problems of Africa and place in front of that being, whoever that person is in your life. So long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. Goodbye to all the problems of Africa. So long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye, no. Goodbye to all the problems of Africa. So long, bye-bye. African people, we don't study for overseas. Make una come back, help Africa's brain by save Africa. Notre continent a besoin de nous pour renforcer notre espoir. Rassemblez-nous tous, général de toi. C'est collaboration, development, and service. Somebody sing with me, say, would you help us save Africa? Would you help us save Africa? No. Would you help us save Africa? Would you help us save Africa? No, no, no. Hey. Would you help us save Africa? Would you help us save Africa? That will be the message that I will be carrying for the entire time. So we're about to pass on to the next person. Hopefully, in the next 6 minutes, Chief will come back. So in the next 6 minutes, we will have Chief Lance, and then the program will continue as he pleases and according to schedule. All right, so there comes a time when we hear a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying, oh, and it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. We are all a part of God's great big family, and the truth, you know, love is all we need. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones to make brighter day. So let's start giving. Oh, there's a choice we're making. We saving our own life. It's true, you make brighter day, just you and me. Oh, set in your heart, so they know that someone cares, and life would be stronger and free. Yeah. As God has shown us by turning stone to bread, and so we all must lend a helping hand. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make brighter day. So let's start giving. Oh, there's a choice we're making. We saving our own lives. It's true, you make brighter day, just you and me. When you down now, there seems a hope at all. 'Cause when you just believe, there's no way we can find. Oh, let's realize, oh, that a change can only come when we stand together as one. I was born in the river, in a little tent. Oh, just like the water I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, and I know change gon' come. Oh, yes it will. I go by the river and I go downtown. I know that change gonna come. It's been a long time coming, and I know change gon' come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother and I say, brother, help me please. And my brother, he tells me one day Africa will be up there. I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, and I know change gon' come. If you believe it, I believe it. I believe it. Change gon' come. All right, it's exactly 12:58 by my time. I'm only here to make sure everybody's comfortable. We have a little entertainment while some of these big guns be talking about helping my country, my continent. Nothing more enticing. All right, so Reverend Pam, should we pass Chief Lance?
Chief, are you on?
I am on.
Okay.
And I pray everyone is enjoying themselves at this time, and we are going to move expeditiously into the next phase of this meeting. I'm trying to get my viewing correct. And let's see, okay. All right, so at this time, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to some, and you know, without the vision, the people perish. We all know Reverend Pam, but this vision came through her to me, to Dr. Kumba, and to many of us. And it took a year or two. We talked about this over 2 years ago. And here we are today. And so when there's Mr. Dudley, who's on the line with us, has always said, a worthy purpose, given focus and worked with definiteness of purpose, can become a reality and change the lives of many. Well, that's what's happening today. So we have Reverend Pam to thank for all of this. So it's my pleasure to introduce to all of us, and many of you who don't know her, who are on for the first time, I'm going to turn the mic over to the CEO of Africa's Brain Bank, Reverend Pam.
Thank you so much, Chief. I would like to start by a salute to Africa, and then I would speak after this. Enjoy.
Africa's Brain Bank. Africa's Brain Bank. property and brain power. It's time for African experts in various fields in diaspora to come together and shine, transform Africa and Africans. With God we stand as one to tell our story. Hey, collaboration, development and service. Help us, God, guide our footsteps. Collaboration, development and service. South Africa's brain drain. Hey, would you help us save Africa? Africa. Would you help us save Africa? Africa. Would you help us save Africa? Africa. Would you help us save Africa? Africa's brain bank is the solution for Africa's brain drain. Africa's brain bank is the solution for Africa's brain drain. Put an end to Africa's brain drain. It's brain drain. It's brain drain. It's brain drain. African people wait them don't study for overseas. Make una try join Africa's brain bank, save Africa. Notre continent a besoin de nous pour renforcer notre espoir. Rassemblés, nous pouvons tous marcher vers la victoire. Collaboration, développement et services. Seigneur, venez sauver les Africains. Collaboration, développement et services. Seigneur, guide nos pas. Rassemblons-nous pour sauver l'Afrique. Rassemblons-nous pour sauver l'Afrique. Rassemblons-nous pour sauver l'Afrique. Rassemblons-nous pour sauver l'Afrique. Africa's brain bank is the solution for Africa's brain drain. Africa's brain bank est la solution de l'exode des cerveaux. God loves Africa. He loves Africa so much. He sent his only son to take refuge in Africa. Africa is a cradle of civilization. The motherland. The motherland. The motherland. Africa's brain bank. The motherland is the solution for Africa's brain drain. Together we shall succeed. Africa's brain bank. We are writing our own story. Is the solution for Africa's brain drain. No more lies about Africa. Africa's brain bank. Africans all over the world. Is the solution for Africa's brain drain. Come and save your people. Come and help your continent. Join Africa's brain bank. The time is now. The time is now. Don't be left behind. Africa's brain bank. Bring civilization home. Is the solution for Africa's brain drain. Don't be enslaved because of your hospitality. Africa's brain bank. Bank your brains with Africa's brain bank. Is the solution for Africa's brain drain.
Awesome. Bank your brains with Africa's brain bank. That was a salute to African nations. If you notice, there were 55 nations there. We all know there are few more than 55 nations, but these are the AU members, the 55 nations that we're saluting. I am really humbled and I'm so grateful to all of you, my brothers and sisters. I am really proud.
You know, they made billions. And
oh my God, what is that? Okay, pardon me. I think that's the YouTube. Okay, sorry about that. I'm not a technical person, so I'm trying to handle the tech issue. So if there are any of you listening and you're an IT guru, please join the brain bank so I don't have to do this, okay? You see what just happened? I see my big brother, Mr. Eric Chinges, smiling at me. Thank you so much, big bro, for joining. Again, I am really humbled and grateful. And I'm so proud to be a daughter of the sun, because guess what? We started on time and everything has been going on time. I want to take a moment on behalf of Africa's Brain Bank to acknowledge every single one of you here on this Zoom, and also those following on Facebook. A lot of our team members on the continent are watching on Facebook. Some of them are not able to Zoom in because either there's no power or there's no connectivity, and we're tired of saying all that. So those of you here, we're going to change all that, the connectivity issue on the continent and power. I will be bringing up a young man from Mali in a minute, but I want to especially acknowledge our panelists, starting with Professor Olusola, whom I had the privilege of meeting him in person October 1st, 2019 at the NAMO office, at the Africa House in Washington, D.C., at the inauguration of the AAU NAMO office. That's the Association of African Universities North American office. I met him there and I discussed the brain bank with him, and he was all in. He just got installed yesterday in Accra, and I know it's late in Accra, but he actually Zoomed in 30 minutes before time, and he stayed on. So, Professor, I want you to know we appreciate you, we love you, and we are going to work with you to transform Africa. Just know that the brain bank is all in. We're partners anyway, but this time we are going to be all in. I just want you to know that. Thank you so much. And I want to acknowledge Professor Leke, my big sister, who also Zoomed in from Cameroon. She has a lot on her plate, but she Zoomed in. So, Maros, you always rock. I love you and I appreciate you. To my brother from Ghana, Dr. Bafo, that fire that you feel, I share the same fire, and we are going to make things happen. We're going to use that fire to make things happen. I can tell you that. So we also, Professor Bafo is also a partner to Africa's Brain Bank. So we are honored to have him on our team. Professor Diak, I promise to come to Baton Rouge after the pandemic. I will definitely, you already promised me that you and Dr. Bagayoko are going to give me a warm welcome. I'm looking forward to it. So you are just about 2.5 hours from me. I'll be seeing you. And yes, your e-learning platform, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. We are going to adopt that. Thank you so much for your passion. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. Of course, our chairman knows we appreciate him. I want to also acknowledge Papa Dudley, Dr. Joel L. Dudley Sr. Those of us who have been in the United States for more than 20 or 30 years, you know that the first products for people of African descent was made by Papa Dudley. We used Dudley products on our hair, and Papa Dudley is joining us. I believe Papa Dudley is in his 80s. We had the privilege of participating actively in his 82nd birthday celebration in Greensboro, North Carolina in 2019. So Chief, Papa Dudley is what, 83, 84?
In that area, but he's a young man in his early 80s.
Oh, there goes Papa Dudley. You can see him.
He is with us.
As a matter of fact, let me just spotlight him for a minute here. You know, sure. Hi, Papa Dudley. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. Papa Dudley is part of us, you know, and I think that's Miss Elva. So thank you so much. Let me get this back to gallery view. I wanted to acknowledge that. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. I see our brother, Dr. Kevin Jabo. Thank you for joining us. There are so many people here. I'm not going to name names. Just know you're all appreciated. But I definitely wanted to give a shout out, especially to Papa Dudley. I know Dr. Sese spoke earlier. One of the things she forgot to say, and which I'll be flying to London just to have a conversation with her. Dr. Sese is actually the director of African High School Association, which is, I'm sorry, I have an interruption coming up, which is a division of Africa's Brain Bank. She's from Sierra Leone, and she's a very active member of our team. We also have our administrator online, Mrs. Evelyn Mafani. She's a physicist. She lives in Cameroon. You'll be hearing from her. But where is Dr. Jola? Dr. Jola, are you ready? I don't want to talk much because if I do, I'm just going to keep going on and on. But I want to encourage every single one of you to be part of the Brain Bank. Bank your brains with Africa's Brain Bank. You don't have to physically go home. We know about challenges that our brothers and sisters in the diaspora are concerned about, especially safety and security, but your brains can go. The young man that I'm about to introduce summed this whole brain bank vision by saying that Africa's brain bank is the next best thing to all people of African descent going back home. So you don't have to physically go home, but your brains can go. Africa's brain bank is a repository of Africa's intellectual capital, intellectual property, and brain power. And the way we're going to build a repository is through collaboration, development, and services. We have to work together like we're doing today, and we're going to keep doing to develop and serve Africa and all people of African descent. Our vision is to put an end to Africa's brain drain. Right now, most of our team members are on the continent, which makes me happy because we are empowering them there. Even our website is being built by an African. The African High School Association website is being developed by an African. So we are doing Africa through Africans. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce this young man. He is very intelligent, originally from Mali, very handsome, very faithful. Every management meeting on Saturdays, he's there. Every board meeting, he's there. When you hear him speak English, you will not know he's originally from a French country. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for my brother, Dr. Jola Bakayoko, as he comes and talks to us about our cardinal project, which is the Africa's Brain Bank STEM project, specifically the 12-strand systemic mentoring system. Dr. Jola, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, my name is again Jola Bagayoko. I am a Southern University System Distinguished Professor Emeritus of Physics and the Director Emeritus of the Timbuktu Academy. In the next 15 minutes, I want to talk to you about something extremely important, meaning the systemic mentoring program of Africa's Brain Bank. But before I do that, I have to go back to the scientific basis that led to the development of the 12-strand systemic mentoring model we are going to implement following the obtention of funding for those activities on the continent. What are those scientific bases? In 1926, a paper appeared in the Journal of Developmental Psychology that established what is known as the power law of human performance. This law is described already in detail in the repository at the African Brain Bank. I will simply summarize it. It says that for any individual, the extent to which that individual can execute a simple task correctly and rapidly, that extent is determined principally by a constant A, another constant B, a third constant E, and a fourth constant P, and it gives an equation which is such that as the number of time n by which an individual repeats a task increases, then the expertise of the individual in executing that task increases similarly. Let me put this in another way, or in another fashion. Another way of putting it is that the saying that we have all heard, that practice renders perfect. But guess what? This law of human performance, power law, stayed in the literature from 1926 to 1994. Absolutely nothing was being done with it, in my view. Why is that? Well, it may be because it was saying that all individuals, irrespective of gender, ethnicity, hairstyle, or skin color, can excel in executing any given simple task. That may be the reason. If you are familiar with the history of the United States, you will understand why it might have been dangerous in the 1930s and so forth to be caught around saying that all individuals can excel in everything. Now, come 1994, where Dr. Kelly and I, after studying very carefully what is in the power law, came to the realization that, in fact, this power law apply not only to simple tasks, but to all complex tasks. The difference is going to be that instead of one single set of 4 parameters, it is going to be a set of 1, 2, 3, or 4 different sets of parameters. Why? Because the complex task, whatever it is, it can be broken into a finite set of simple tasks. For each one of those, the formula applies. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to tell you, what I am actually saying with the extension of that law, meaning to obtain the law of human performance, what I'm saying is that there is no known limit to the degree to which any given individual can excel in any discipline. The question is not whether the person has the intellectual capacity. The question is whether or not the person is exposed to the material, the appropriate material, in the appropriate sequence. The person is spending time learning the material, is practicing the material day in and day out, and that sometimes in days, in months, and in years. This is how expertise is built, and there is no other way. Irrespective of what you may hear some people say, so and so is intelligent, so and so is not intelligent, and so forth. The fact of the matter is the process, the genesis of genius is explained by the law of human performance. So far, so good. What do we get out of that? Well, when we understood that in 1994, before that, we already had built at Southern University what we call the Timbuktu Academy, which was to exactly take this law, first of all, make it understood by every single student who participated in our program, so that the student will know from the get-go that there is not a known limit to what he or she can do in mathematics, in physics, in chemistry, in whatever. Never mind what we may have been told or might have been telling themselves. So, when we did that, in the beginning of 1990, by the way, and fast forward, in 1996, the US President Bill Clinton gave us a US Presidential Award for Excellence in Science, Math, Engineering, Mentoring for the job we have done and the result we have produced in terms of African American high school students excelling to be among the top 1%, 5% of their graduating class, all races confounded. We didn't stop there. We kept on. And in 2002, another US president, George W. Bush, gave to the Academy the Presidential Award for Excellence in Science, Math, Engineering, Mentoring because of the number of undergraduate minority students we have taken in physics, chemistry, and in engineering. We have mentored and that who excelled to go do their PhD. Where? Because I'm a scientist. I have to put the fact in. I cannot skip over them. Simply say, we went to the best school out there. Which are those best schools? Let me name a few. To put, Georgia Tech is one, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, University of Florida, Gainesville, Cornell, Harvard, University of Wisconsin-Madison, Tulane University, yes, Caltech, 5 went to Caltech, 2 1 in theoretical astroparticle physics, 2 in engineering, 2 in chemistry, and of course, let's not forget the University of Chicago and MIT. The list is long. There are other mainstay universities. But the point I'm making is that the systemic mentoring of the African Brain Bank we are about to talk about step by step has produced from 1990 to now this kind of result, which we then say, wait a minute, what if Africa's Brain Bank were to adapt, and extend these proven 10-strand system mentoring model and apply it in Africa in the operation of our African High School Association, directed by Dr. Sise, and with the support of Mr. Jita and others. And if we were to do that, and focusing at the beginning on whom? On female students. Why? We know that we are the one generally not getting the chance to go too far in school to begin with, and we are the one also certainly being told by some individual for one reason or another that, oh, we should not do mathematics, oh, you should not do engineering. Oh, as it was noted, the discovery of the vaccine, a female African-American lady was at the forefront of it. So those myths of saying females should not do this, should not do that, are simply myths, as I said. So what are therefore the 12-strand systemic mentoring model that the Africa's Brain Bank is going to implement on the continent once we get adequate funding from one source or another? Well, I will rapidly go through them because I can talk for a long time, but I'll try to go rapidly. The number one is, of course, to create a system of support, which may include financial if we have it. That's strand one. Strand two is scientific academic advisement so that students take courses in the correct order. For those who are in academia, you know how crucial that is. Number three is what? Number three is significant communication enhancement way beyond what the ordinary courses will give somebody in an English or in French class, okay? This is communication enhancement for mastery, okay? Strand number four is what? That is tutoring. A student can tutor or can be tutored. It does not matter either way. Our tutoring is for the development of mastery of the subject matter. It is not for remediation, okay? Number five, that is generic research involvement. Well, you heard the first speaker, the Honorable Dr. Robert, talk about how technology is changing things. Well, these days, we can involve students in research over the internet, over the huge databases, and in so many different ways that I could take hours trying to go over some detail about it. So that strand number five is for that. Well, what is strand number six? That is the execution of specific research project, which can be of any kind of subject, whether that is the social behavior of students or whether that is the physics of this particular material and so on and so forth. The number of subjects of research is infinite. Okay, but now after that sixth one, what is number seven? Strand number seven. Strand number seven is the immersion of the mentee in a scientific culture. Now, ladies and gentlemen, understand that the way of thinking in science, the way of behaving in science is there is a whole culture one has to acquire, participating in conferences or in workshops or in seminars, and so all those are processes by which we immerse the student in the scientific context, fashioning them. But we become, as they say in French, c'est en forgeant qu'on devient forgeron. It is in doing smithing that one becomes an iron smith or whatever other kind of smith. Now, after that strand number seven, what is strand number eight? That is simply to say that irrespective of what you have learned in terms of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, whatever your measure is, remember that, as Dr. Roberts said, new things keep on coming. New development are coming. So you have to always have a spirit of lifelong learning, or you didn't understand any of it. You didn't learn it from us, because we know things are coming. Now, you heard about artificial intelligence, you heard about a robot, but let me tell you about CRISPR. CRISPR that allowed the editing of gene of any kind. If you don't watch CRISPR, well, I don't know what to tell you. So that is to tell you that the number of areas where there is immense work to do intellectually, we cannot talk about it enough. There are too many. So this lifelong learning is one of the strands, therefore, of the mentoring model of Africa's Brain Bank. That was number 8. What is number 9? That's monitoring. If you don't tell me you are mentoring somebody or you are doing a good job if you are not monitoring. If you are not monitoring, you have no fact, no data, no information, no grade spread, nothing to ascertain as to what happened, what the student has done or didn't do, presented or did research and so on. Having said that, that was strand number 9 for that mentoring, that monitoring. And these days, monitoring is done with what we call a mentoring portfolio, which is, of course, an online documentation, a portfolio where we put every single piece of information. Now, what is strand number 10? Strand number 10 is when a mentee finishes the grade level or the kind of schooling the mentee is doing, you have to guide that mentee to cross to the next step. Meaning, for our high school students, who are the very first one we will be working with in Africa, we have to prepare them for going to college. Oh, but that also means that beginning their first year in high school, we are seeing to it that we are taking adequate mathematics at all levels in order to make sure that at the end, they can measure, they can study any branches of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Remember, I said at the beginning that the law of human performance says that anybody can learn to any level in any discipline. But that does not mean that one can do so without acquiring in the order needed the specific base information that is needed. So you are not going to do calculus if you don't know algebra. Trust me on that one. I don't have time to talk about the details. Trust me. Now, so far I'm at 10. I will be at 12 soon. What is the 11th strand of Africa's Brain Bank systemic mentoring model? What is the 11th strand? That is leadership. Because you see, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
Your screen.
My screen? My screen? Hello?
You're okay. I thought you were frozen. Go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. So I was saying that is leadership. Leadership is crucial in very many instances. I don't have to have the time to talk about the detail because I may take too long. But the point I'm making, though, ladies and gentlemen, is this, that when we form this youngster, we need to understand not only they are their own leader, but they are the leader of their peer and the leader of their sibling. And that sense of responsibility is something crucial as far as Africa's Brain Bank is concerned. And finally, instilling a civic virtue, meaning the sense of belonging to a community and the sense of knowing that society works best when we all contribute to it in one fashion or another, that sense is a crucial one. Now, let me close by saying that in this process, there are aspects of this mentoring, systemic mentoring model. We are not putting that yet in writing, but I will say, which is one of the very first things every single student participating will hear is that from the 14th to the 15th to the 16th centuries, the universities of Timbuktu were second to none on planet Earth. And of course, it was occupied by Blacks like myself here and others. As a matter of fact, one of the most famous professors was Professor Bakayo. So case closed. The point I'm making is that the myth that some made in the past that X cannot do science, Y cannot do mathematics, and so forth, those myths are gone, not only by the law of human performance, but also by the example we saw at the universities of Timbuktu for 3 centuries, not 1 or 2 or 3. Hence, I urge everyone who is listening to please contribute your brain, your intellectual property, your financial property, and contribution, and so on, so that we can have the means to implement these 12 systemic mentoring model in African high school, centering mainly on female for the moment, because they are the one we know are the least represented in science, technology, engineering mentoring. Of course, I can answer the question if there are any. Thank you very much for your attention.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Diola. Listeners and participants can post their question on the chat box or inbox it to us. They can reach you at mentoring@africasbrainbank.org. But I'm going to play a little video, and our chairman, Dr. Kumba, is going to introduce our keynote speaker. That speaks volume. Dr. Kumba.
Yes, fellow participants, after such a video, that gives you a glimpse of the gentleman that we're going to bring on soon. What other words can I add that will do more justice than what you just saw? As the chairman of the Africa's Brain Bank, the nascent institution that we are all witnessing today, it is my singular pleasure and honor, beyond what I could imagine, for what Africa has as its brain and potential across the globe. On behalf of the Africa's Brain Bank Board of Directors, its community, and its whole effort to bring African brains together, I am most humbled to introduce to you the President of Fraser Nation, Mr. George Fraser, as our keynote speaker for this second annual gala. Mr. Fraser.
Thank you so much. May God grant me the words to speak your thoughts today. Thank everyone who is on this call for being with us today. I'm honored, seriously, to participate and to serve. A special thanks goes out to the leadership, the organizers, the participants, the panelists, and sponsors for this historic gathering. To my good friend, Dr. Michael Roberts, for his gracious event leadership and his powerful insights. A special thanks to Chief Lance Jones, the ABB Global Ambassador, to Reverend Pam, the ABB Visionary and CEO, and Dr. Kumba, the ABB Chairman and President. There is little left to say about the digitation of Africa's educational system, STEM, the capacity for human intelligence so brilliantly articulated by the speaker who preceded me, and the future impact of technology. It was covered so well by the distinguished panelists and moderators and other illustrious speakers and contributors. So it is only my hope at this moment in time that my contributions for this charity event will reflect the quality of the content and the need to execute on all of the wonderful ideas and suggestions that have graced this stage. My goal simply is to inspire you with a 30,000-foot view of the insights and challenges and hopes ahead for all of us who are within the African diaspora from my vantage point. As a 76-year-old elder, 31 visits to Africa, recently co-founding in Ghana the Obakesi University of Excellence and serving on the board of ADDI with Honorable Ambassador Arakana Chimbore Quayle. As we lead with ADDI the new Wakanda project in Ghana and 45 years of service to Black people. I've entitled my short talk, "The Time Has Come. We either rise or die. We do it through," as so articulately spoken, through leadership, through collaboration, through mentoring, and through coaching. Let me spend a moment on leadership. This is such a profound insight from our previous speaker. Let me define for you, from my perspective as a leader, what leadership is. I think in the 21st century, to be a leader is to be awake and alert and to be dissatisfied at all times. Yes, we have come a long way, but we have much further to go. Therefore, I am not happy, but I am motivated by a positive anger directed towards positive change. Leadership is influence. Who are we influencing? We're influencing our children, because if our children cannot see the future, they will not pay the price. Everything we do for our children, just as everything our parents did, they did for us. Leadership is action. It is not some appointed position. You do not have to be appointed to do right by your culture, to do right by your family, to do right by your community. Leaders understand that everything begins with words. The Bible tells us first there was the Word. And from those words, hopefully, we raise consciousness. We make people aware of certain things that they must act on and execute on. And from this raising of consciousness, people get excited. They get passionate about those words and about those ideas. Leadership then is action. And then action leads to change. Yes, there is a system for everything, and there is a system for change. It requires words. It must be spoken. Someone has to have the courage or the guts to speak them. They raise consciousness. That is the second thing. That consciousness excites people. And out of this excitement, people take action. That is the system for change. Leaders are patient and they are servants. So I'm going to put a pin in that. And I'm going to segue to my next topic, and that is about collaboration. Collaboration. Without collaboration, global collaboration, we will not rise to the pinnacle of excellence that is historic in our community. J. Edgar Hoover, the United States director of the FBI for 37 years, was asked at a major political campaign, or political conference, I should say, in the early 1950s. And this is the question: what do you see as the single greatest threat to the United States of America? His reply was simple: Black unity. That was aimed, by the way, at the great Marcus Garvey. Hoover was correct then, and it would be true today. If 1.6 billion African descendants were united on the continent and throughout the diaspora, it would unleash the leveraging of $100 trillion of human, intellectual, and financial combination, in combination with greater control of the largest concentration of natural resources in the world in Africa. That alone could dramatically change the economic algorithm or balance of power in the world. $100 trillion is approximately 25% of the annual global economy. As a comparison, there are only 15 million Jews throughout the Jewish diaspora and world. And yet, of the $400 trillion of annual global wealth generated, they control the highest percentage, and Jews have the highest average annual household income of the 24 largest religious groups on a per capita basis in the entire world. They are brilliant, and they are a collaborative people. We too are brilliant. We are God's first people. We are yet to be as collaborative as our Jewish brothers and sisters. Africans throughout the diaspora, again, number 1.6 billion people, and on a per capita basis, we control the smallest percentage of global wealth, and we have the lowest household income per capita. Why? Because among several reasons, we are dispersed, we are disconnected, and we are dependent. This must change. This must change in the 21st century. Ghanaian President Akufo-Addo said recently in a conference with French President Macron, and I quote, "There is a global economic imbalance. There must be an economic and social transformation in Africa," end of quote. He is right. Brothers and sisters, the time has come. I believe that Africans in the diaspora are at a pivotal point in history. The world is not waiting for us to wake up to our power. It is time for Africans at home and throughout the diaspora to take their seat at the head of the table, not only in the diaspora, but also in the global economy. Unfortunately, collectively, we continue to place much of our power in the hands of those who have historically enslaved, colonized, and oppressed us. And even worse, we continue to oppress, abuse, and to exploit each other. This is the classic definition of internalized oppression. to continue this hypnotic trance of acting as though European structures, practices, values, and methods must govern our lives. If we are to advance, this is an indefensible abdication of our personal power, a rejection of our rich history and irrefutable evidence of a serious mental disorder. Jomo Kenyatta said, and I quote, "When the missionaries arrived, the Africans had the land and the missionaries had the Bible. They taught us how to pray with our eyes closed. And when we opened them, they had the land and we had the Bible. The time has come. We must rise or we will die." In reality, each and every day is an opportunity to create a new, powerful, and progressive chapter in our cultural narrative. And unless we quickly find the courage to resolve and a way to begin this new chapter of showcasing our true identity, power, and potential, the global African family is doomed to follow the Western world in its accelerating downward spiral towards its ultimate and potential demise. In other words, there is no one to save us but us. Europeans will not be saving Africans at home or abroad. It has been over 400 years, and neither of us are saved. Kwame Nkrumah said, and I quote, "Colonialism and its attitudes die hard, like the attitudes of slavery, whose hangover still dominates behavior in certain parts of the Western Hemisphere." The fantastic news, brothers and sisters, is that as people of African descent, we possess an enormous untapped creativity, intelligence, and potential, and as individuals and as a collective network. The time has come. Malcolm X said, and I quote, "Nobody can give you freedom. Nobody can give you equality or justice or anything. If you are a man, you take it." Not until we decide to throw off the psychological chains of slavery and colonialism can we fully tap into what makes us great and what unleashes the legendary excellence in our culture. And only then will we return to our rightful places at the head of the table on the global stage. It is nation building time. We are no longer in the age of persuasion. We are now in the age of mobilization and unification. Dr. King said, and I quote, "Take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the whole staircase. Just take the first step." Oprah Winfrey said, and I quote, "We cannot become what we need by remaining what we are." This is our moment. This is our time. The signals, the signs, the activity is clear. Ghanaian President Akufo-Addo, when you look at things that are going on the continent, he has spoken out forcefully. Ghana has provided easy travel visas to Americans and has granted the right of adobe and land to African Americans. Ghana has hosted over a record 1 million visitors in 2020, tapping into the large amount of travel dollars Blacks spend annually. Trips to Egypt and Ethiopia and South Africa and all over Africa have picked up as well prior to COVID-19. Nigerian President Buhari has spoken forcefully against corruption by creating new business opportunities. He is working on stopping the intellectual brain drain in Nigeria. The new Western African, which is 15 countries, ECO. It's a currency, independent of the French franc And this will make African currencies stronger and make trade easier. Rwanda President Kagame has completely turned his country around in just 25 short years. Three years of great work by the visionary and articulate ambassador of the African Union, Her Honorable Dr. Arikana Chimbore Quayle. There were strong signs that the views when she led the Pan-African Union, her views were expressed strongly, and I think those views are being felt by many leaders across the continent. She has gone on to create ADDI, the African Diaspora Development Institution. And finally, the change in leadership in Zimbabwe and in South Africa will bring greater and faster change. It is time, brothers and sisters, to connect the dots and to leverage more effectively our collective resources and intellectual capital. Mandela said, and I quote, "I have crossed famous rivers." What did he mean by that? He meant that one has traveled and in the process has gained much experience. I have traveled 10 million miles. I have gained much insight from my brothers and sisters across the diaspora and much experience. At nearly 77 years of age, again, I'm a proud elder, and I have been in service to African people for 45 years. Yes, I am a race man. And a race man or a race woman is someone who has committed their time, talent, and treasure to the upliftment and the forward motion and the unrelenting quest of excellence for Black people first, second, and last. I've spent my entire adult life reading and writing and teaching and leading. I say this with humility and joy. I am fulfilling God's purpose for me. And to that end, I've led the effort of building Black America's largest network of top Black professionals, business owners, and community leaders. Over 1.2 million people are part of Fraser Nation's digital footprint, and together they influence over 20 million more Black people in the United States. Yes, the time has come. Black Enterprise Magazine, a 45-year-old Black business magazine here in the United States, their data analytics in 2020 outlines the economic progress of African Americans. It's impressive now and still has enormous potential. The annual revenue of the 2.6 million African American owned businesses is over $100 billion a year and growing. The top 100 businesses do $30 billion annually, and they are employing about 79,000 people. The 2.59 million businesses left do over $70 billion, and they employ 3 million of our people. There are 15 Black-owned banks with $10 billion in assets. There are 10 investment banks at $1.5 billion in securities issued. There are 10 asset management, Black-owned asset management companies at $63 billion under management. There are 11 private equity firms at $55 billion in capital under management. The African American consumer purchasing power is $1.7 trillion annually. That would make African Americans the 16th richest nation in the entire world. The dollar value of the collective education, training, and professional development of the human and intellectual capital of 3 generations of Black people, Generation X, Y, and Z, and millennials, is over 1 trillion hours of formal education and professional training, which exceeds over $20 trillion in value, with 18% of Black kids with college degrees. This is not to say that there is a deep strata of African Americans that are still catching living hell here in the United States. But surely, at least 1% of the 46 million African Americans will find their way back to the motherland, and they will connect, and they will grow, and they will prosper, because they will learn, they will earn, and they will return. A village elder from Elmina, the village of Atankwa, nearly 400 years old. The elder told me and once said to me, and I quote, "Dr. Fraser, we sent you to the New World as a Trojan horse, but you never returned. It is time for us throughout the diaspora to return to the motherland. It is time, the time is now for those of us in the diaspora to return, to seed and to activate the potential of this critical need and movement among African Americans to collaborate with our brothers and sisters in Africa, to coach and to mentor, to contribute, to help build institutions in the motherland like ABB. We cannot write you a check for billions of dollars like China or Russia. But our goal is not global dominance or a global agenda. But we believe in helping you grow, and we grow, or as stated in Ubuntu, a beautiful South African saying, Ubuntu, I am because we are, and because we are, I am. We can't get where we're going without you. That's really what I'm saying to you. Let me repeat that. We cannot get where we're going without you. And you cannot get where you're going without us. The time has come. Again, as President Akufo-Addo of Ghana said, and he said it the best, and I quote him, "The destiny of all Black people in the world is bound up with Africa." And Nkrumah said, and I quote, "The forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart." End of quote. I use a Kenyan proverb. The thunder is not yet rain. It is not too late. This is the right moment to act decisively. We must think big. We must be big. We must act big and with courage. Benjamin Mays, former president of Morehouse College, said it differently. And I quote, "The tragedy of life is often not in our failure, but rather in our complacency, not in our doing too much, but rather than our doing too little, not in our living above our ability, but rather in living below our capacity." End of quote. Today, let us agree that we will honor Proverbs 13:22, that a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, that we will work together in an important pledge to work together. In closing, we must remember everything we do for our children. Our children are not our future. Our children are our present. And if we fail to give them what they need in the present, they will be ill prepared and we will have no future. If our children cannot see a brighter future, I repeat, they will not pay the price. Therefore, and thereby leaving them and those yet unborn unprotected. The worst crime an African can commit is to leave our children unprepared and unprotected. Please remember, there will always be obstacles. There will always be obstacles, right? One of my favorite quotes outside of the Bible is by Marcus Aurelius, one of the 5 great Caesars. And Marcus Aurelius said that the impediment to action advances the action. What stands in your way becomes the way. Let me repeat that. The impediment to action advances the action. What stands in your way becomes the way. Let me say that differently. The obstacle is the way. Where there is no obstacle, there is no way. What is the first thing God does when He prepares you for an assignment? You get that assignment, and then God puts an obstacle in your way. And your job is to find a way over, around, through, and under the obstacle, to learn from the stumbles and the mistakes and the failures. And then when you get over that obstacle, you get an attaboy and an attagirl from God. And then He gives you your next assignment at a slightly higher level. And then what does God do? He puts an obstacle in your way. And your job is to find a way over, around, through, and under that obstacle. And when we look back over our lives, that is the story of people of African descent. That is our story, overcoming obstacles. The great writer James Baldwin said it beautifully. He said, we are born, we suffer, and then we die. Well, what did he mean by that? He meant it is the way in which we manage our suffering, our obstacles, that will determine the meaning of the dash between the year you were born and the year you die. There will be obstacles. But we must eat obstacles for breakfast. Now, we can easily fix this. You ask why? Because our best is yet to come. Our best is yet to come. The New England Journal of Medicine 2 years ago, the first medical journal in the world, did a massive study on the 3 most productive periods in our life. The 3 most productive periods in our life. The number 3 most productive period in your life is between 60 and 80. The number 2 most productive period in your life is between 50 and 60. And the number 1 most productive period in our lives is between 70 and 80. The average age of a Nobel Prize winner is 62. The average age of a CEO of a Fortune 500 company is 63. The average age of the pastors of the 100 largest churches in the world is in fact 71. The average age, Mandela, think about this. Mandela became president of South Africa at 76. Moses was 80 when he got his assignment from God. Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's, did not found McDonald's until he was about 60 years old. Toni Morrison, the great novelist, did not receive her Pulitzer Prize until she was nearly 60, and then held her Nobel Prize until she was 62. Frank Lloyd Wright, the great architect, built his magnum opus, the Guggenheim Museum on 5th Avenue and 54th Street. I watched it being built as I was growing up as a child, running the streets of New York. He finished his magnum opus at 91. What does this tell us, brothers and sisters? It tells us that somehow God has designed our best years of our life between 60 and 80. The best and most productive years of our lives are between 60 and 80. This is when we do our best work. What does it mean? It means that if you're watching this and you're 0 to 49, you haven't done nothing yet. You don't know anything yet. You do not have the wisdom and the experience to do the things that we are discussing now. If you are 50 to 80, this is when we will do our best work. So I am optimistic. This is the best work. Finally, there's an old saying that there's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. The African Brain Bank. Wow, the African Brain Bank. Think about that. Our time has come. To all of my African brothers and sisters, the idea of African unity, the idea of African unity. Let me repeat that. The idea of African unity has been espoused for many centuries. But now, today, at this moment, in 2021, the time has come. We must learn, we must earn, and we must return. We must connect, we must grow, and we must prosper. I close with a prayer. May we always remember those who have gone before us. May we be inspired by their vision and their valor. May their lives continually remind us that service is more important than success, that people are more important than possessions, that principle is more important than power. May whatever we do be shaped and molded by honesty, excellence, and commitment. May our children and our children's children carry forth with pride the nobility of the histories that are represented on this call. To the Creator of all of us, by whatever name we may refer to that Creator, we dedicate our lives to make our world better and more beautiful. I'm Dr. George Fraser.
Are we still? Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Frazier. I know, if I may ask everybody to unmute for a second and give a good round of applause so we can hear you.
Okay, let me unmute them. Just give me a minute. Give me 1 second to.
Minutes. We all unmute.
No, give me.
If someone wants to comment or ask questions, I'm more than happy to take questions, but I know we're running out of time.
Let me see if we can at least give justice to you, Dr. Frazier.
Okay, everybody's unmuted.
I say.
Thank you.
You know,
we're gonna everybody to the background noise.
Please repeat, everybody, if you will.
This was good.
I think I have an applause thing on my piano, so let's go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So, fellow participants and colleagues, you see why I didn't waste words to try introducing Dr. Fraser. The video you saw and the words you've heard speak justice for itself. Africa has leadership. Africa has human capital. It is the most humbled experience for the Africa's Brain Bank to have Dr. Fraser by himself participate at this event. We had very much hoped that it would have been a physical event, but the virtual atmosphere that we all live in now forced us to do this way. And despite all the commitment on his table, all the various engagements that he could have been part of, he chose to come and speak to the Brain Bank today. And the board of directors of the Brain Bank, in my capacity as the chair, want to very sincerely and as loud with our voice as we can extend it, thank him so much for honoring us, not only with his presence, but by having prepared such strong remarks for our audience. We value it very much.
Thank you.
He mentioned that he may take a few questions. Maybe I should just let a few questions come in for the benefit of our audience who are here before we go to the next item, which I will still invite Dr. Fraser to just hang on until we conclude with him. If there are any questions, post them in the chat or indicate with your hand.
I'd like to ask a question of the audience. This is so important to me. What was there a particular thought or idea that resonated with you the most? What was your takeaway? Because that's the most important thing. The takeaway, the remembrance of a particular thought idea that you will get passionate about and act on. That was the point of the talk. Am I clear?
I suppose you are, and everybody heard it. Participants are muted. Please indicate, and we'll let you give your response to Dr. Fraser's question. Indicate by a show of hand, and we'll get you to comment. Mr. Jones, your hand is up. Our ambassador.
Dr. Fraser, and words are not sufficient. I've known him for a few years now. And what's I think is very key about his speeches, he came right in the line of what we were discussing today. African and those of us, the unity between those of us in the diaspora and our brothers and sisters on the continent. And we all agreed today that that must happen. So Dr. Fraser, as always, I love you. Thank you, dear brother, for your words and your spirit. And I'm going to shut up and let others who never spoke to him before go ahead and speak.
See, Mr. Lance, I did not even know.
Right.
Right. I got on when I was supposed to get on. And I didn't even know that that was a discussion. I just felt it in my heart that it had to be with the incredible idea of the African Brain Bank.
Divine intervention.
Right. Yes.
If I may.
Thank you, Brother George. I'm going to go ahead and mute.
If I may, please, participants, be very concise and precise in your response. To honor you and not cut somebody off, make it less than 1 minute, please, so we can go around. Mr. Joseph, please. Is it Joseph who signed up?
Yeah, he needs to unmute.
All right. Okay. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Cool. Dr. Fraser, I am flabbergasted. I am out, totally, completely out by your knowledge, by your experience. The words that came out of you is the most reassuring. is very inspiring and rejuvenating. What I retained from your talk that hit home was the response of the late J. Edgar Hoover, who responded to the greatest threat that America faced when posed that question was Black unity. Therefore, he having said that, it means it's a clearing call for all Black folks in Africa and in the diaspora to do what he feared, unite.
That's right.
Thank you. I have very limited 1 minute, so I'm not going to go beyond that.
Well said.
Try to respect.
Well said.
Thank
That's
you.
exactly right. It's no more complicated than that.
Please keep your 1 minute, please. In this order, if you don't mind. Professor Olushola, Professor Kevin Jabo, next.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Give me a minute. I'm trying to find Professor Olusola so he can unmute. Dr. Kumba, give me a minute. I didn't know he was actually. I can't see Professor Olusola.
Let me unmute him. Let me ask him to unmute. I can do
Yeah,
it.
please unmute him. Yes.
All right, he's good.
Fraser, I'm calling from Accra, Ghana, and this is my first time of listening to you. Every word every statement you made appears to be very important to me. But one of them is this: you said the 3 most productive aspects of your life. I've taken note of those productive years, and I think that it's a message to all of us that the future is just beginning. The future is now.
Right. That's right. The
Especially,
best is yet to come.
You're just starting now the AAU. You haven't done anything yet. All your
We are going to help him.
All right, Professor Professor Kevin Jabo, please.
Okay, thank you very much for this. It was really inspirational just hearing Dr. Fraser speak. And what I want to ask him, it's something that I ask myself every day. If you see, most of us, or the institutions that we create, have the tendency of working in silos. Like we always work, so we have the tendency of just duplicating efforts instead of complementing each other. How do we make sure that we identify and work together as a team? If we need to get results done, we need to make sure we're speaking the same language.
Yes. It's a wonderful question, Kevin. We must inspire them that is not the way. That is not the way. We've been doing that for 400 years. That is not the way. The way is to unite, to find common ground, to learn, earn, and return, to become part of something bigger than yourself, and to contribute, to be a piece of the puzzle, you don't have to be the entire puzzle. You have to be a piece of the puzzle, and you must do that with excellence. And then you must understand, all of us must understand the answer to the most important question ever asked. What is the meaning of life? And the answer to that question, in case no one has told you, life has no meaning. You have meaning, and you bring it to life. So it is crazy to ask the question when in fact we together are the answer. So you must speak this into our people. What did I say right at the beginning? Everything begins with words. So the right combination of words at the right time will shift the paradigm. Working in silos will destroy us. Jews do not work in silos. Asians do not work in silos. Chinese people do not work in silos. So that will be the death of us. And this is why, over time, Africa must unite. And those in the diaspora must unite with them. It is the answer. It is as clear as we are watching each other. And until such time as we do that, we inspire those who are working in silos to connect the dots. We will not get where God wants us to go. We are God's first people. We were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when other cultures were living in caves, eating each other. We are a powerful people, except that we have been taught we are not. That's stinking thinking. And we have to rid ourselves of that. Silos is a reflection of that. Divide and conquer. That's a principle, a basic principle of conquering. Divide. Now, when we get old enough and wise enough to understand that, we will change that. There are signs. It's already beginning to change. Do you think the world wants Africa to unite with 70% of the most important minerals on the freaking planet? Do you think they want them to unite? No. Then we must do exactly what they don't want us to do. They understand. But that's on us. They're not going to do it for us. We will do it when we lead.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll take one last, please, for the interest of time. I understand how this generates really enthusiasm. One last comment, please. 1 minute. Helen.
Please unmute yourself, Helen. Kindly unmute yourself. Yeah.
Greetings. Thank you so much, Dr. Frazier. Such an honor, sir. And I appreciate everything you said. And the thing that resonated most to me that you said, and you just kind of reiterated it just then, is when you spoke about how when God is getting ready to do a move in your life, he places these obstacles there. And that the key is understanding that the obstacle is the way.
That's right.
That was so powerful to me because it's so true, first of all. And I think we have been an obstacle for each other. Yes. You know what I'm saying? So the idea of collaborating and coming together, we got to get past, the differences that we are, which is we're not different. We're very much the same, be it titles or where we're from in the world. I'm from, North Carolina, but I know my home is Africa. I know that. Right. And I know who my brothers and sisters, I know who my family is. Right. But the divide that's been created and, people don't understand. I think somebody mentioned earlier that, people are working for leadership that's not really working on our behalf, even in Africa.
That's right.
That is devastating, to know that you have these different agencies and organizations and all this talent and all this brain trust and people working in high tech and in areas where it can benefit us as a whole. But because of that leadership that's in place, it's not really benefiting us.
That's right.
So that's an obstacle, and not really sure how to overcome that. I'm very willing. I'm a willing vessel. I'm here. So I just hope that we can come together and bring all of our resources together and make things happen for us. And like you said, teach the young and the next generation that's important to learn and earn and then return.
That's right.
Something I've never heard that before. I'm so glad you said that. So that's something that's going to stay with me.
Three very, very quick things and I'm through because we got to get off of here.
Yeah.
Bam. You got the essence of the entire talk. The obstacle is the way. What is the biggest obstacle Black people face? Each other.
Yeah.
Us. We are the biggest obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
We must fix that. That's on us. We must earn, learn, and return. We must all become race men and race women that we ought to take our time, talent, and treasure in the investment and upliftment of our own people first. I didn't say only, I just said first. as every other cultural group on the planet does. So thank you for saying that. That was a profound observation. That is the essence of the entire talk. We can fix that. My request of this august body is to take the recording of this video and put it up on YouTube. Only 42 people saw it.
Yes. Or there are people watching on Facebook.
Right. Right. Plus there are people on Facebook, but put it on YouTube.
Yes.
So it is present and available for anybody who wants to see it for 100 years.
Yes.
Because the essence of the talk will not change. This has been the conversation for 100 years already, at least. So share it and emphasize it. Finally, life, brothers and sisters, is on the edge. That's where life is. It's on the edge. So we must go to the edge and then jump off and then grow our wings on the way down. We must live life on the edge. God knows that. He is pushing us to the edge. We must have the courage to jump. And if the fish stinks, look to the head. It's leadership, leadership, leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frazier. It's been an honor. The Africa's Brain Bank, one of his signature items is to feature speakers like Dr. Frazier at our events to inspire Africa's brains across the globe. And in that inspiration as well, recognize the kind of work that he has given his lifetime to on behalf of Africa. Not only the work, but the achievements he succeeded in bringing to bear. You heard him earlier mention how large his nation is, the Frazier Nation. I would invite our participants to Google that up and see what it's all about. 1.2 million members in his database, who in turn influence over 20 million people. There's hardly anyone that you can imagine in the modern African-American world, or African world altogether. We know there are a few billionaires on the block, from the Dangotes on the continent to the Oprahs in the US. But there are very few who can claim how much of Black America's middle class they have helped create. The wealth that circulates in Black America, that gives us the means to send our children to school, to feed our families, to live quality life, to give back to Africa when the time comes and we donate $1 here or there, to just make us part of the global quality community. The wealth that take us from sharecroppers and slaves to a seat on the table. The wealth that must circulate if we are about to have anything that would give practical meaning to this conversation. There's hardly any one single individual who has leveraged his capabilities as much as Dr. Frazier to provide the middle-class businesses, the wealth that revolves around it, as to empower ultimately beyond fist in the air to bread on the table, Black America. And for all that work empowering the African world, the Africa's Brain Bank thought it wise not to let Dr. Frazier go just after his comments, but to please accept one of our most signature awards that we could ever give anyone we can think of on the globe on behalf of Africa. The Africa's Brain Bank has created the Africa's Brain Power Award, of which we would like to present the very first one to Dr. Frazier.
Thank you. Wow.
Keeper, you got an applause?
Wow. Wow.
Keeper.
Yes, so.
This is power we're talking about. When we say power, we talk of political power. When we say power, usually we think of political power, raw military power, all sort of power. But ultimately, we know that since the rise of capitalism, since Karl Marx described this for us, that the ultimate power lies in those who control the economy.
That's right.
No one else has empowered Black America than Dr. Fraser.
That's
and
right.
So rightfully, we award him the Africa's Brain Power Award. We are in a virtual setting, but with all our optimism and as humbly as we can, we would hope that next year, the COVID would have given way for us to be able to meet physically. And avant propos, very humbly suggest to Dr. Frazier to join us so we can give him the award in person.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you. I want you to create a flyer announcing that so that I could post it all over social media and give the African Brain Bank some visibility. Okay, something I can post however you want to design it and announce it. So I don't know of any other Black organization in the world, and I've spoken over 3,000 times, that has framed the most important. I'm searching for the word. Aspect of our upward mobility, and that is our brain power, our brain. Oh my God, our brain power. And you say it in your title. Awesome. Thank you.
So thank you very much. We don't let such a high note be followed by something that is not befitting of another higher note. We will now say to Dr. Frazier, thank you very much for joining us. We will say to our participants, keep your eyes on the Africa's Brain Bank effort, support it, publicize it, follow us on the social media. Let us be a household word, be part of this effort. Your various work in your various domains, trying to work for Africa, are all encompassed in the Brain Bank. We are all Africa's brain. Now, that award was awarded to Dr. Frazier. We had actually hoped to provide these awards at the end of this all-day event. But the strength of his remarks, we've been WhatsApping in the background, thought we should crown his remarks with the award and not let it go down before we do it later on. It's an appropriate time to do that. So that's why we're doing it now. But we had two other awards to present to our speakers. And those I would recognize are empowering Africa's brains. Dr. Roberts, we're not sure if he's still online or not. This is one reason why it's good to do it just following their remarks, because they might be muted or have receded to some other engagements. We also wanted to award to Dr. Michael Roberts, our event chairman, who spoke earlier. You could see his achievements also in the video that preceded his remarks. You could see how much work he has done with his brother to build Black capital, to be an example that inspires the rest. I want to be inspired all I can by Bill Gates and George Soros. I want to quote all the Greeks and the Romans, but as I hold my breath and hear Dr. Roberts, I would rather be inspired by my life like Dr. Roberts. We have our own to quote and be inspired and to reference. I want to quote Sheikh Anta Diop and Pharaoh Ramses and Kwame Nkrumah before any Greek or Roman. The intellectuals that we quote out of Europe learned from Africa. The names and billionaires that are branded on social media to inspire everybody, we have them in our community. So we want to be inspired by our own brains and achievements. In which case, we are the Africa's Brain Bank, with so much like to award to Dr. Roberts, Africa's Champion Awards. Skipper.
Skipper.
Even as he told us he's from St. Louis, he didn't get his African chieftaincy by staying in St. Louis. He's one of those very active champions of Africa. You need to be familiar with the Ghanaian government, the Ghanaian society, to understand how much investment and championing he has done of Ghana globally. And Ghana being the beacon of Africa's independence and thought. Pan-Africanism and those things that have defined Africa. His involvement there is not taken for granted. And so we, at the Africa's Brain Bank, present to him Africa's Champions Awards. The last award that we have here is what we call the History Maker Award. The African world is making history every day, whether you're aware of it or not, in different domains. I'm sure if you go to South Africa or any of these 54 African countries, you will see people in their communities, from the villages to the cities, doing things that are meritorious of awards, that in so many ways are making history in their own communities, however large or small. Change that comes to communities comes from those who make history through that change, however the dimension. Change makers. Change makers, the word change there is history making. Here in the US and on the global scene, 12 years ago, an African-born US citizen rose up to become the US president, the very first Black African president of the United States of America. In some quarters, it brought shivers, really shivers, and as people doubted, so the slave has become the king. What does it mean for global politics and for American society? That as it may, just last year, we didn't only see another African American become vice president. We saw an African woman become vice president of the United States. And you can imagine how much inspiring that was, or that is ongoing, for every young African child around the globe. Every young African child who we heard Dr. Rose tell us her work in STEM is to support, partly to support women in STEM, the African child to do science and grow up to be competent and unleash their potential. Now imagine what every young African child thinks, girl child, for all the impediments that our women disproportionately face in the world. All the impediments that makes our women almost second-class citizens, from marriage to career, from social life to professional life, from the bedroom to the boardroom, as we say. Imagine now what they would think when they look up and see Ms. Kamala Harris. We had invited him to be part of this conversation with us. I'm sorry, we invited her to be part of this conversation with us today. But you can also appreciate the demands on her time. She did respond positively and sent her apologies due to time. There were many other names that we invited. Please stay with us. You'll see them next year at future events. But for today, the last award that we would like to offer, to give out, is the Africa's Brain Bank History Maker Award that we would like to present virtually to Madam Vice President Kamala Harris. Rest assured, the mention of this award and a plaque carrying it will reach her office at the shortest possible. She did give us a response to our invitation. That then concludes the awards that we had in place for today. for our chairman, our keynote speaker, and globally as we know it, Africa's premier history maker of our times today. We want to thank all of you for having stayed with us for the last 4 or 5 hours now already, glued to this.
Yeah.
That's right. It's testimony of the quality that we have put in place for you on this event, and that we hope to build upon for future events. We will be showcasing you the best of the African world, from the Caribbean to Cape Coast, from China to Cairo. We will be bringing you the best of Africa's brains. We will be working with the AAU, the consortia that produces our brains, that shapes our brains, the HBCUs of the Americas, the African, the Caribbean universities. We are after a consortia, a repository, a bringing together of Africa's brains. And that's why we call ourselves Africa's Brain Bank. Please commit to depositing your brains in it so you can pull some out, or others who need it can pull out subsequently. With this, I would close up Dr. Frazier's session and still thank him profusely on behalf of the Africa's Brain Bank's Board of Directors, the participants on this session, and the African world that will listen to you from today's remark. You always inspire. Yes, the obstacle is the way. Another way we say that is that be like fire, where the obstacle only fuels the fire to go further. Be like fire. That's still Marcus Aurelius. Thank you very much. And I would hand it over to is it DJ Skipper or Reverend Pam to?
DJ Skipper.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier.
Thank you. Right. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Dr. Kumba. If there's one thing I can say is that being part of this has been...
Kanian, thank you for being with us. See awesome. My cousin-in-law out there, Lisa Lualzo. Hope you're doing well.
Can we mute so that the only DJ Skipper or the...
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Skipper.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much to all those who are who are still joining and those who have been here. it's been a minute, and I'm surprised at how much people are still standing. So that's important for the entire African community. My own part here is, at the end of the day, we need action. So please go to africasbrainbank.com. Reverend Pam is posting it all over. Donate. Let's see how we can help the STEM initiative and the entire Africa's Brain Bank projects. Please do not hesitate. Okay, so that is putting a song in my head. Like I said, one of the people that really inspired me when it came to music, when I started singing, was an origin of South Africa. His name still is Lucky Dube. He's of late, but never forgotten. He says, he put justice to the words, blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. So this is a moment where we need to reflect on that. Please go to africasbrainbank.com and donate. Donate. There's every. I think it's really easy to scroll through the website. I just came from there, and it's really, really easy. So when you go on there, I think donate is going to be one of the biggest buttons that you're going to see on that website. So you cannot miss it. All right, let's go.
What type of a man are you who doesn't care about the poor people? What type of a man are you who doesn't care about the innocent people? Yeah. What type of a man are you What type of a man are you? Who doesn't care about the innocent people? Yeah, you can read it everywhere in the news. What does it say? It says, blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. Blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. Blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. Blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. What type of a man are you? Who doesn't care? What type of a man are you? Who doesn't care about the innocent people? You can hear it everywhere in the churches, in the Bible. What does it say? It says, blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. Blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. Blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. Blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. If you need to be reminded how to donate, www.africasbrainbank.com. Go on to that website and donate, because it says for sure, blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. If your hand is perfect for giving, you will be blessed when you're taking. Blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. Blessed is the hand that giveth, and the one that taketh. All right. I want to make sure everybody can hear me. So use the chat box. Tell me how's my sound on your end. It's virtual. As much as I do this, there's little glitches along the way, but we all understand. So use the chat box. I really had some interesting comments that came my way. I appreciate everybody who in any way gave me props and gave me a thumbs up on the chat box. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. God bless you. And don't forget to donate. It's a better way of showing appreciation, not just for me, but for the entire Africa's Brain Bank community. So please. I sang a song earlier, and I think it's only wise to do it again. It's a song from Bob Marley that said, Africans unite. Free Africans unite, yeah. Africans unite, 'cause we're moving right out of Babylon, and we going to our fatherland. How good and how perfect it will be before God and men to see the unification of all African. As it has been said already, now let it be done. I'll tell you who we are, no, right under the sun. We are the children of all Africans. We are the children of all Africans. Somebody say, Africans unite. Africans unite, yeah. Africans unite, 'cause we're moving right out of Babylon, and we going to our father's land. How good and how perfect it will be before God and men to see the unification of all Africans. As it has been said already, now let it be done. I'll tell you who we are, no, right under the sun. We are the children of all Africans. We are the children of all Africans. Africans united. Say Africans unite. Africans unite, oh, 'cause we're moving right out of Babylon, and we going to our father's land. All pirates, yes, they're up high, so light to the merchant ships. Minutes after day to guide from the bottomless pit. But my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing this song of freedom? It's all I ever had. Say, redemption song, redemption song. These songs of freedom. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves could free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop up the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the proof. Won't you help to sing this song of freedom? It's all I ever had. Redemption song, redemption song. These songs of freedom, no, redemption song. These songs of freedom, no, redemption song. Ja.
I got 5 minutes to put everybody on their feet. If you're ready, I'm about to start some African, really tough African top beat songs ranging from every part of Africa. So bear with me. Let's go. Get the right instruments for that. Drink a little bit of water. Please do not forget to hydrate for those who have been sitting with us for 5 hours. Do not forget to hydrate yourselves.
Good job, Skipper. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm ready to dance.
Hey. Come on. Say, oh yeah, follow me, follow me, follow me. Come and see my wife, yo. My beautiful baby, oh, oh, oh. Madama. See the way she looking so fine, oh. My African lady, oh. My African lady, oh, oh, oh. Madama. She too fine, oh, your child. Nobody wanna so. Baby, na tomato just see, oh. She too sweet, oh, I say African lady, you my choice, oh. Somebody say porokoto, 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 pom pom pom. Porokoto, 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 pom pom pom. Baby fire, you're my heart desire, oh. Where you dance for mama, where you dance for papa. Argentina to be a better fool, eh. Life don't better fool, oh, eh. Baby, je m'en fous, eh. Baby, je m'en fous, eh. Somebody say, now Antina, Sokoto, Antina, Sokoto, Antina, Sokoto, 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 Antina, Sokoto, give me that, bum bum, give me that bum 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 bum, give me that bum bum, give me that bum 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 bum. I be say I love you so, but you tell me no no no. Make you go my bungalow, baby don't let me pass on, baby oh. I don't love you, make you no worry, baby oh. If I give you baby, I got to give me that Sokoto, give me that Sokoto, give me that Sokoto, 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 give me that Sokoto, Antina, Sokoto, Antina, Sokoto, Antina, Sokoto, 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 Antina, Sokoto, yeah. Every day na party, every day na jolly, oh. See where my woman, we supposed to be jolly, oh. No time to check time, we supposed to be party, oh. I see them your body, oh yeah baby, shake it, shake it, oh yeah mama, eh, eh. Oh yeah sister, eh, eh, shake it, oh yeah mama, eh, eh. Time to party, oh, shake it, oh yeah mama, eh, eh. Oh yeah sister, eh, eh, shake it, oh yeah mama, eh, eh. Time to party, oh, shakity, I like the way you Bugatti, oh. Shakity, oh, I like the way you Bugatti, oh. Yo, 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 it's from Ghana. Yo, 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 it's from Ghana. The way you move your body, everything go down. As you shake your body, everything go down. Oh, yeah, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Oh, yeah, shake it, mama. Oh, yeah, shake it, shake it, shake it. Oh, yeah, shake it, mama. Hey. If you get the money, make it take down, brother. Hey, hey. Oh, yeah, once in a while, we supposed to be jolly, oh, oh. Oh, yeah, shake it, my sister, hey. Oh, la yankuru, 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 dirty, oh, oh. Hey, when money no dey, oh, everything fall away. When money no dey, people they start to dey play. When money no dey, oh, everything run away. Mama Aminata says, yeah, I see you shaking. Mama Betta, the ladies are on fire right there now. I'm feeling the boss. Oh yeah, dancing, my song. Oh yeah, baby, shake where our African ladies use their backside and do it big time. That's what you do. Dombole, dombola, dombolo, dombole, dombole, dombola, dombolo, la 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 la, mama, dile, 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 ale mama, shake it, shake it, shake it, ale mama, shake it, shake it, shake it, bozo. Enjoy the African guitar. To my uncle who is in the house tonight, Papa Enrico Chinde in the house tonight. We see you. We respect. Dombole, dombola, dombola, dombolo, la 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 la, mama, dile, 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 let's go. I got one more for you. Yes. One of those songs that made a record in African history. 400 and counting million views on YouTube. Coming to us from South Africa, Master KG is the producer. And the song tonight is gonna round up our evening. Jerusalem. Hey. For those who know how to dance, it's okay to grab a plate. Because in the video of this song, the only way they dance it is by grabbing a plate and walking around. The first song of its kind from Africa to own its own steps. Jerusalem, impayami, ilondolose, shuhambenami, shumane shumila, bauwana, ubusowami, ilondolose, shuhambenami, shumane shumila. I admire the comment of one of us tonight, because that comment, I couldn't help but read it. Professor Diola Bakayoko said, I have made not only his day, I made his month and probably his entire year. That was really awesome to see that from you, Professor. Thank you so much. Jerusalem, impayalami, kilondolose, shuhambenami, shumane shumila, wauwami, usowana, kilondolose, shuhambenami, shumane shumila. In case you forgot to work out this month, this is an opportunity to behave like this, my auntie right here. Get up on your feet and of course work out. Ma Therese in the house. Respect. Kilondolose, 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 shumane shimilana, Jerusalem. Materi, we are in your compound. Oh. Hey, kilondolose, shuhambenami, shumane shimilana, www.africasbrainbank.com. Go there and donate, yeah. Shumane shimila, kilondolose, 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 Jerusalem, impayala mi, kilondolose, shu aminata ye, shu manishingila. Representing tonight, the one and only, the dancing prophetess in the house tonight. Chai, that's the dancing prophetess for everybody to see. Chai, kilondolose, 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 shumani shingila. Say, ki aminata o, ki aminata. Dr. Aminata, we are in your compound, so show us what you got. Shumani shingila, Jerusalem, impayala mi. Ilondolose, shu hambena mi. Shumani shingila, bawo wana, buso wami. We are seeing you, Dr. Aminata. We are seeing you. On behalf of all the teachers, we respect you. We respect you for the work you do. Kilondolose, 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 shumane shingila. Yes, Dr. Aminata, thank you so much. Thank you so much for showing us those moves. From Dr. Aminata, we go to my own mother, Mama Berta Eta. We are in your compound. We are in your compound, Mama Berta. We are in your compound. That's how you do it. That's how we do it in Cameroon. That's how we do it in Cameroon. Kilondolose, kilondolose, kilondolose. Oh, Mama Berta Etao, ki Eric Chinjeo, Joy, ki Eric Chinjeo, ki Eric Chinjeo, Shumani Shingila. I hope I'm not calling the wrong name. Is that not Eric Chinje, my father? Did he just disappear?
He just turned off his camera.
Uncle Eric, please don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We don't catch up. We don't catch up. Londolose, ki londolose, ki londolose, shumane shingilana. In case you were wondering, he said that I have made not only his day, I made his entire month, and of course the year. That is Professor Diola Bakayoko, the Malian with a difference. And by the way, I could hardly tell the difference between your voice and Morgan Freeman's voice. I could hardly tell the difference. You should be in the talking business because the voice is really, really outstanding. Hey, qui l'on sait, qui merci beaucoup, Shumane Shingila. And to all those who are still with us, hanging tight, we appreciate you. I think that we should have renamed this gentleman right here. Your phone is saying Infinix Hot 6 Pro. I don't know if that's your name. I'm probably going to change your name to Infinix Hot 6 Pro. You are a Hot 6 professional. And to those who have their videos off, it's okay to turn your videos on so we can recognize you towards the end of the event. I will go over to Houston, where we have a whole bunch of people to recognize. This is one of them. Pajo Fomunung, we see you, we salute you. Thank you for that wonderful question that you asked earlier on. We recognize your presence in Africa's Brain Bank. You have been a staunch supporter from scratch. Thank you so much. And of course, moving on to his very precious wife, Ma Teri Fomunung, we appreciate you. We thank you for being with us for 5 hours and counting. Y'all know DJ Skipper could go for 10 hours. If I was not performing in Cincinnati, Ohio tonight, I would have been with you till the end of time. But my support stays for Africa's Brain Bank, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. I want to appreciate all those who are here with their videos of Lillian Fomunung and Kenneth Fomunung. We salute you, all the Fomunungs in the house, always supporting their own very own Reverend Pam, the person who came up with the idea. The dream came from this lady right here. The dream came from Reverend Pam. And when you have a dream, it's not easy to put together the people, to put together a wonderful team. The team matters. The dream without a team, there is no dream team. We appreciate the dream team of Africa's Brain Bank.
That's right.
Of course, Chief Sanders, Chief Lance, sorry. Dr. Kumba, Reverend Pam, name all of them, all the dream team. Let me stop so you do that.
Well, our president and chairman is Dr. Kem Kumba, whom you guys all listen to. He's amazing. I won't talk much because I don't want to take all the time. Chief Lance Jones is our global ambassador, and he's the best ambassador anybody could ask for. Dr. Diola Bagayoko, oh my God, he's firebrand. What can I say? We're going to be hearing from him shortly. He's going to close us out with a vote of thanks. And we have Dr. Aminata Sese, who is the director of our African High School Association. She's out of Europe, London, but she's originally from Sierra Leone. She is also a firebrand. I found out during one of our meetings that both she and Dr. Diola spoke Mandingo language, so you can imagine two firebrand people on the team. Mr. Jita Wilson is our ASA coordinator. ASA is African High Schools Association. Our administrator, Mrs. Evelyn Mafani, was on from the beginning. Unfortunately, she's in Cameroon, and there's no telling whether it's a power failure or internet failure. Who knows? You know, we had Isam from Sudan. We have Philip from Guinea. A lot of our team members had zoomed in, but I think connectivity became a problem, so they're watching on Facebook. So what can I say? We have teams. I saw Dr. Obudu too from Lagos. We have teams in 4 of the 5 regions on the continent. So the footprints of Africa's Brain Bank are very deep on the continent, and both digital footprints and physical footprints. But you can go to our website, www.com, for details. Our .org was acting up, I don't know why, but you can go to africasbrainbank.com and inbox us, send us your information. This Brain Bank is for all people of African descent. Skipper, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Reverend Pam. I will not go without thanking, I think the right person for the vote of thanks is here. So, I'm going to do justice. Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles, Messieurs, pour tous ceux qui ont été avec nous, du début jusqu'à maintenant, jusqu'à présent, nous allons vous présenter quelqu'un. On a cherché dans tous les lieux époustouflants, dans tous les coins, dans tous les secteurs où il y a les génies. On n'a pas pu trouver un homme qui a les qualités de ce monsieur. Tantôt, on nous a dit qu'il est malien, mais je ne croyais pas, parce que son anglais est tellement nickel. On dirait un Américain de base londonienne. By the way, for those who are in the UK, I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. I'm coming to perform there. So let's go. Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles, Messieurs, let me get my applause. Let me get my hand clap because he deserves it. He deserves it. Professeur, un grand homme, un monsieur avec dignité, donner un vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Professor Diola Bagayoko.
Thank you very, very much for that introduction. As for you, DJ Skipper, I can't say enough as to how great you have been from the very beginning, before everybody logged on, to this moment. So thank you enormously, and hopefully we are going to stay in touch. Now, on behalf of the CEO and of the chairman and of the other member of the board of Africa's Brain Bank, it is my pleasure and honor to thank every single one of you for having taken the time to participate in this unique and history-making event. And I have been also requested to urge everybody to continue to be in touch with us. And as you heard the CEO, our website ending with .org is not currently, is having some problem, but www.africabrainbank.com, meaning.com, is working. So you can use that one. And later on, of course, you can also use the .org. It is going to be up and running. So my request is, again, as by the speaker, the first one, Honorable Robert, and the second, Dr. Fraser, and all the illustrious panel member, and all those who asked a question, we have all been told to please make sure we don't make this the final event. This was the launching event. So let's make sure that we remain engaged and that Africa Brains Bank lives up to its name in order to make a difference for us now and for posterity and as far in the future as one can see and beyond. So on that note, thank you again very, very much on behalf of Africa Brain Bank. May God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Diola. Thank you, everybody. We are officially closed.
Hi, I'm Morgan Freeman. Welcome to Africa's Brain Bank, the second annual fundraiser and meeting of leaders from across the globe. Before I go, I want to send a special thanks to my friend, Ambassador Lance Jones, and the board members of the Africa's Brain Bank for making this vision a reality. Please give to this most worthy cause, and remember, your donations are tax deductible.
I'm just going to play maybe one more song and then I can take my leave if you don't mind. Thank you so much. I see, like I said, I see lots of really nice comments. Oh yes, the person I called earlier, Infinix Hot 6 Pro, his name is Ache Philip. He's joining us from Cameroon. Thank you. We thought there were no lights over there, but yes, they have light. It's confirmed. Thank you so much to all those who are leaving really nice comments. So I'm going to play one more song, just a goodbye track, and then we can call it quits or call it the day. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hours of darkness,
She's standing right in front of me. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. For all the broken-hearted people living in Africa, there will be your answer, let it be. Although they may be parted, there is still a chance that they would see. There would be your answer, let it be. So let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. For all the broken people in Africa, Africa's great bank is your answer. There will be an answer, let it be. Although they may be far away, there is still a chance that they understand you. They will bring your answer. Africa's bring back to you. So let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, Jito, let it be, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. Oh, when I am down and all my soul so weary, when trouble comes, my heart burden be, then I am still wait here in the silence until you come, walk a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy sea. I am strong when I am on your shoulder. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy sea. I am strong when I am on your shoulder. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy sea. I am strong when I am on your shoulder. raise me up to more than I can be.
Awesome, awesome.
Thank you
You're the
so
best.
much.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Morgan Freeman. Welcome to Africa's Brain Bank, the second annual fundraiser and meeting of leaders from across the globe. Before I go, I want to send a special thanks to my friend, Ambassador Lance Jones, and the board members of the Africa's Brain Bank for making this vision a reality. Please give to this most worthy cause, and remember, your donations are tax deductible.